Everybody, please take your seat so we get started. Good evening, everybody. At this time, please silence your cell phone and be advised these proceedings are being recorded. For those physically present in the council chamber who desire to address the city council during the meeting, please complete the request to speak form available at the front entrance of the council chamber and present it to the city clerk. Speakers physically present will be called upon at the appropriate time, and each person will be allowed 3 minutes of speaking time. We're going to call this meeting to order on Tuesday, May 12th at 6 p.m. The invocation will be given by Pastor Jonathan from Centerpoint Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance be given by Councilor Wilson. Can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? So please stand.
Great. Thank you for letting me fill in for Pastor Osaway. Just wanted to read a quick verse here. Proverbs 14, verse 8 says, "The wisdom of the prudent is to give thought to their ways." So I just wanted to pray for wisdom here tonight. Lord, thank you for tonight and for everyone who is here. Thank you for the city, for the mayor, for everyone here, and the citizens. We just ask for wisdom for any concerns, whether it be in the schools, in parks, in homes, or in streets, that wisdom will be in this place to govern wisely and to govern well. So we thank you for tonight. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Jonathan. Thank you, Doug. AB 2049, Madam City Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Allen?
I'm here.
Councilmember Wilson?
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino? Present. Mayor Hussey?
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum?
Thank you. Item A, reordering additions, removal, item agenda. I want to go ahead and move up item 17 in front of 14. So we have the wrestling team here, right? Yeah, that way the kids can get to us. They don't have to stay here all day. We're going to move you guys up, but not till later still, okay? Do you have anything? Move.
No other deletions or
Does anybody else have anything you want to
changes.
move up?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll close that. Public comment. This is opportunity for members of the public to comment any item not appearing on the regular agenda. Because of strict restrictions contained in California law, the City Council may not discuss or act on any item not on agenda, but may briefly respond to statements made or ask questions for clarification. The mayor may also request a brief response from staff to questions raised during the public comment, or may request the matter be agendized for a future meeting. You have 3 minutes for public comment, so please use it wisely. And then when the person is speaking, if you agree or don't agree with them, please be respectful for their opinion. Another thing is, I know when I used to go to public comment for the first time, I wondered why aren't they answering my questions? We can't answer your question, it has to be agendized, but we can ask the city manager for clarification if we want to know something right away. And we do make a note of your questions and concerns on the public comment, and then the city manager or myself or the other council will get back with you. So when your 3 minutes are up, please respect the podium and let the next person speak. All right, so just respect each other's time, and we'll move smoothly. So, Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and begin with an email public comment submitted today. It is from Renee Walker, and it states, "Good evening. I am writing you today to address sheriff response in the city that we have had, specifically in the last 2.5 weeks. The following is an account from 2 of my board members, as they were the ones who directly contacted the sheriffs. On 5/2, while painting fields at the park, I encountered a little boy riding a electric bike across the grass fields. I asked him multiple times to stop and inform the league president of the situation. I then located the parents and respectfully asked them not to allow their child to ride the bike across the grass due to posted signage within the park. The interaction became very hostile. I called 911 and reported the incident. Approximately an hour and a half later, I was contacted by the sheriff deputy who asked, "Where does it say you can't ride an electric dirt bike at the park?" I informed him where the signage was located. However, at the time, the individual and family could no longer be located. On 5/3, I arrived at the park and another board member was already present. We observed a transient individual within the park. After we opened the snack bar restrooms, the individual barricaded herself inside the restroom. Authorities had reportedly already been called, but we were advised to call again and stress the urgency due to the fields opening within the next hour for families and children. Dispatch advised that someone would respond but would not provide an estimated arrival time. After approximately 30 minutes had passed, city personnel arrived on site. I approached their vehicle and requested assistance. City personnel contacted the individual, instructed her to leave the park, and escorted her out. After leaving the park, the individual walked down the street and entered the middle school camp through the gate. I approached and informed her that the school was private property and that she was trespassing and needed to leave. She then left the area and relocated further down the street across from the school. At that point, law enforcement contacted me asking whether the individual was still in the area. Approximately 3.5 hours had passed since the initial request for assistance. I then provided directions to the individual's last known location. On Monday, 5/11, we were locking up the field, and a blue Silverado was parked there with tinted windows and shade. I called the sheriffs. This was at 8:11 p.m. They still have yet to call to say they responded to the park. I have been a member of the soccer community for over 24 years. I have been on the board for soccer for on 20 years. I work hard with the city to keep the fields and the program in its best condition for the players and families inside of this league. To have the response time take so long is not only endangering the health of our fields and the safety of our fields, but also the safety and health of our players. Renee Walker, president of the Grand Terrace Community Soccer Club. And from the audience, I do have a public comment from Michael O'Connell.
Good evening, Michael O'Connell, 22372 Blue Lupine Circle. I actually have 2 comments. One's for the fire department. I called out on, it would have been April 16th at about 11 in the morning. I live at Hidden Gate down the street here, and it's a gated community. And our gate was closed. It was inoperable. You could fit a shopping cart through it, but that was about it. So eventually I called 911 to see if we could get somebody out there to open the gate, because there were people that were inside that couldn't get out, and there were people that were outside that couldn't get in. So after a dialogue with the call taker, who didn't consider it an emergency, I finally made the statement, well, if we have an emergency, we need the gate open. And of course, her response was, well, then you could call 911 then. And I went, okay. So asked for the fire department to come out. Engine 23 came out. They were very gracious. I remember the one fireman, we all know who Ed Giroux is. This fireman, I think, is larger than him, and was able to disconnect the gate and eventually force the gate open so that we would have ingress and egress. We have a back gate that's locked with a padlock and a chain, and he asked me if I had keys, and I said, no, I don't have keys to the back gate. And he said he had keys. I said, you have keys? And he goes, yeah, it's called a bolt cutter. And I go, oh, okay, well, that figures. But we were good. They got the gate open. And I sent an email off to headquarters, and of course, they didn't respond. So I'm here to give the fire department my thanks for freeing us from our prison there. But I'm surprised the city council hasn't acted on having a communities like the one I live in have 2 points of ingress and egress, because we only have one, and the gate breaks all the time, but this is the first time in the 20-some years I've lived there that it's actually broken closed, where you couldn't get it opened. My second point is the Freedom Wall at Veterans Park. I have sponsored numerous plaques that I think you know I have. Oh, okay. Anyway, over the last year or so, I've sponsored plaques, and I've been dismayed. Number one, the checks have been taking forever to cash. And this last one, they weren't even sure it was going to be put up. And I deposited or put the check in December. It finally got cashed in April, which I thought was absurd. And then when I called up, they go, we don't have enough spots, we don't have enough plaques to call the engraver out. And that stunned me. So I had to, I went out and found more veterans to get, so they had a minimum number of plaques that they could engrave on the wall. But my question to the council is, and I know you're not going to answer it, if they're searching for veterans, you have sheriff's deputies here, because I was a sheriff's deputy, that I know was in the service and that patrol these streets, and you have firemen that I know were in the service. And since the plaques are being given out now, why doesn't the city council inquire into their veteran status when they start working here? That would be a super incentive, you know, for them to number one, honor them and fill the slots at the Freedom Wall. But that's what I got.
Well, thank you. Thank you for taking care of those vets on that. Daisy?
Jennifer Parker.
Hi there, I'm Jen. I'm the league coordinator for Grand Terrace Community Soccer, and I didn't know that Renee had written the nice email that she did. But I am here partly, well, about two issues, but the first one being the electric bikes at the park. They are there every day. They're all sizes. They're small, they're big, they're large. And there's no signage for us to say, hey, you guys can't be here on an electric bike. And the city spent a lot of money fixing that upper field for us. We got beautiful grass like a putting green, and kids are tearing it up with their e-bikes, and the parents are sometimes there. And they've also told us, like Renee said, that's your problem. Where does it say that they cannot ride an electric scooter or an electric bike here at the park? So it's not just the sidewalk. They're going 20, 30 miles an hour through the grass. Sometimes there's soccer practice, there's other kids, there's other families, but mostly they're tearing up your grass. So that was my agenda item that Renee already had addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Conrad. Can we expedite signs on that?
We'll get some signs up, but also our sheriffs and code enforcement are instructed that this is willful damage. It's vandalism, the same as graffitiing or breaking something on purpose. They're destroying the grass on purpose. So when we catch them, those of you that are out there listening, when we catch you, you will be charged with vandalism and you will be charged for the repair costs to the field. It is not acceptable. And then for the signs, we'll work on that.
Thank you, Daisy.
No other public comments, sir.
Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Tonight, we have item C, special presentation significant for, everybody knows her as Elsie. Elsie, are you here? So Elsie was, she is the president of the chamber, and I'm going to ask Elsie to come up and speak. We know you like to speak, Elsie. But she is being recognized right up there. So this is what, I'm going to read what we're recognizing Elsie for. So in recognition of being honored for Assemblywoman Leticia Castillo as Woman of the Year, celebrating your outstanding leadership, dedication to service, and positive contribution to the community. The City Council of the City of Grand Terrace commends you on your achievements and exemplifying values of civic pride, service, and excellence, your accomplishments being distinguished in the community and serve and inspiring others. This certificate is presented in sincere appreciation. Congratulations on the behalf of the City of Grand Terrace. And it's signed by all of us. There's no check in here, so
No,
just to let
there's
you
not.
know.
Wow.
But thank you, Elsie, and would you like to say some words before I let the council?
I'm honestly in shock, a little overwhelmed. But everything I do is back behind my team. whether it's Pinups for Cancer, Cars and Coffee, the foundation, or the Chamber of Commerce. It's all because I have a great team that believe in me, and now that I know that everyone believes in me, I can't stop. So I'm excited to keep pushing and see what else I can do. Super excited.
Thank
And I
you.
didn't know I was talking, so thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to say something? Oh, and then Leticia Castillo's office is here. Would you like to come up and say some words for her?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tony Rosales. I'm a field representative from the office of Assemblywoman Leticia Castillo. In March, the Assemblywoman selected 8 women in the district in specific categories. The Assemblywoman was very honored to select Elsie as the Woman of the Year for service to a nonprofit. If anyone doesn't know Elsie, she has been a true hard worker and servant in Grand Terrace. As soon as the Assemblywoman took office at the beginning of 2025, we noticed that Elsie's service to the community went far above and beyond what we see elsewhere. Elsie is a true servant. She knows what's going on in Grand Terrace, and she knows the needs, not just of the businesses, but of the people and the residents in Grand Terrace. So it was an honor for the Assemblywoman to recognize her with this certificate of recognition. So congratulations, Elsie. We love you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to say something?
Elsie, you and I have conversations often, especially when you moved into leadership with the chamber. And so I just want to recognize your growth and your success of everything that you've put your hands to. And so, woman to woman, thank you for all that you're doing for our community, and thank you for continuing to serve. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Wilson, would you like to say anything?
Thank you so much. You know, I feel like a kin in the long run because we both like to take pictures.
Yeah.
And man, some of your stuff has just really been great. And the terrific thing about that it gives us a better sense of community. So thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilman Brown?
Congratulations.
Thank you, Matt.
It's been a long time coming. We've worked really close together when Elsie got started on the chamber, and I've been proud to support her all along the way, and she supported me in my work for the city, and she's just done an awesome job. I'm so proud of what you've done, and I wish you continued success in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations. And, you know, and also congratulations on the chamber. It's
Thank
been
you.
going, what, about 4 years now, and I know it started and stopped a couple times, but the city's blessed to have the chamber again, so, you know, the businesses are represented, and, you know, it's one of the hearts, you know, for us. And like I always said, this city has, it's a little town with a big heart, and we appreciate everything. My granddaughters keep asking, where's the lady that's going to take pictures? Because she always takes pictures of us, but, well, she takes pictures of my granddaughters. They don't want to take pictures. But it's well-deserved, and you're a blessing, and, you know, you bring in a really positive spirit when you come to anything. And you know, congratulations on running the chamber and all your crew, because I know being a good leader is not without your people that are working with you, and it's leadership by example. And we don't have a nice certificate like that, like the state, because they got a bigger budget than us. So we have one that, it might have somebody else's name on it. We recycle system, but
Perfect.
if you could come up here and join us for a picture,
Of
and
course,
Tony, you
thank you.
too, so. Another special presentation. Daisy, we have the housing and community development here. Housing and community development. That's you?
Yes, sir.
And your name is?
Jose
Jose
Armando.
Alvarez. All right, sir, well, you're up, so you're in the hot seat.
Perfect.
You can move the mic up too, since you're taller. I know we
I
have.
appreciate that. Well, first of all, I just really want to thank everybody in attendance here. My name is Jose Armando Jauregui. I work for the Housing Community Development Department of California, and my section role is the planning grants and incentives. Every jurisdiction has a responsibility to plan for the existing and the future needs of the residents here itself, not just for the city of Grand Terrence, San Bernardino County, but for the entire state of California. And in order to really plan for equitable housing, it requires multiple years of planning and preparation, not just to focus in on the needs.
Can we, you know, I think now that I understand what he's doing, I think it's better situated to have him do this as part of 14. Can we reorder him? Is that possible? To do with the,
Hold on, we might let you start over again.
yeah,
So
we might have to.
No
to have-
worries.
it was just a trial, you passed, so you're gonna move on to
Perfect.
round 2.
All
to-
right.
To come in with item number 12. Is that possible? Because what he's going to speak to has direct impact on that
So you
item.
want him to come in right before 12?
Yes,
When they
please.
speak? Okay, after we come back from our closed session?
Yeah, yes, please.
All right.
And he's got the first couple sentences down.
No worries. I could also just let you guys know who I am. That's-
Well, thank you, and we'll bring you back.
Sounds good, sir.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
I'm sorry, he can speak, but his topic is more relevant to item number 12. So he's going to speak about this, and then we're going to have a bunch of stuff, and you're going to try and remember what he said.
All right, AJ, do we have a hearing aids do we have for the hearing impaired? If somebody's having problems hearing? What do you say? We have ADA things for, if you are having problems with hearing, we do have headsets for you if you need it. And also, there's plenty of seats here. We're going to break for a closed session, so once we do, if you guys want to get up and stretch, it'd probably be a couple minutes, but, you know, try to get some seats. I know it's a little harder hearing back there, but we'll let them take care of that. So we're going to go ahead and close item C, and then we're going to move to a closed session, item D, City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have one closed session item. It is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under Government Code Section 54954.5C, 54956.9D3, and E1. Based on existing facts and circumstances, this closed session is only to decide whether a closed session is authorized pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, which provides a point has been reached where, in the opinion of the legislative body of the local agency on the advice of its legal counsel, based on existing facts and circumstances, there is a significant exposure to litigation against the local agency. Reference number 2026-003, number of cases 1. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to be adjourning for closed session, so we'll be in the back, but we'll be coming right back out to finish this. Is legal mumbo jumbo, and we can't share anything. So we'll be right back. I think, you know, we got, I don't know what we have out here in the hallway, but there's also bathrooms and stuff. So thank you for your patience. All right. Speak up at the podium. Okay. All right. So thank you, everybody, for your patience, and there's still some empty seats. If you could squeeze in there. We only have 2 listening devices for ADA compliance, so I'm asking everybody who comes to the podium to speak up, council members speak up. And if you're still having problems hearing, we have some seats up front we could put you in, but we'll, try the best that we can for you. And I know it's kind of hard to hear back there with the acoustics in this room. We've been trying and trying. I think they built this place in '78, and we all had good hearing in '78. So, all right. So, closed session report out, City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we had one closed session item on conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation for one case. Matter was provided to the City Council. There was brief discussion. There was no direction provided, no action taken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, item E, consent calendars. Following consent calendar items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They'll be acted upon the City Council at one time without discussion. Any council member, staff member, or citizens may request removal of the item from the consent calendar for discussion. Is there any public comment on the consent?
No, sir.
All right, do I have a motion and a second?
Mr. Mayor, before we have a motion, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify one discrepancy. On item 8, regarding the landscaping and lighting district item, in the second resolution that's referenced, or third one, I'm sorry, third reference, the resolution setting forth the public hearing date. On the agenda, it states June 19th, 2026. That is actually a Friday. It should be June 9th, which is Tuesday, June 9th, which is our regular City Council meeting date. It is correct on the resolution. It's just not correctly identified on the agenda. So I just want to note that for the record.
Okay, we did that on purpose to see if you're worth your money.
I hope that means I am.
Yeah, we
Thank
caught
you.
it.
Mayor, and I also wanted to add that we will be doing a roll call vote
Yes,
for all items.
Roll call vote. So I need a motion and a second.
I have questions, Mayor.
And any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, a couple quick questions, Conrad. First, on item number 5, we're almost there as far as transparency on financial impacts in the recommendation. It's the only item on the agenda that doesn't have the financial impact in the recommendation on the agenda. But it's also not very clear. So it says that the cost increase is $6,000, but it doesn't tell you what is our current year's cost for animal control services, and is that $6,000 additional this year? And what's the ongoing annual cost for those services?
It would be $6,000 additional for the 26-27 fiscal year, not for this year. And off the top of my head, I don't know. But the way the billing for that works is by the nights of animal stay, it's kind of like a hotel. So we pay for an impound and then the animal there. So as our code enforcement officer described about repatriation, the animals and the chipping and licensing and getting them put back, it's driven by the, Christine, can you see if maybe we can find that amount quickly? But it's the cost will vary depending on how many animals we impound, and we drive that cost by, making sure they're licensed and chipped so we can get them back to their homes, not put them in the pound.
So are we paying 6,000 additional on our
6,000.
base of 40,000?
6,000 additional.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it looks like under the new cost allocation method that the city of San Bernardino is using, they're going
It
to
would-
bill us approximately $65,000 annually.
He has his cost allocation here. Where it is? Give me 1 second.
And I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but the item
that's-
is,
that's
it is
fair.
not clear. And the way that the recommendation's written, it's not clear to the public how we're spending their money.
No, that's fair. Let me find this amount here. So it is 6,000 in addition to the 53,000. We cover half a percentage of their operating cost for the shelter. It's on page 5.
Okay, thank you. And then on item 11, it's traffic signal maintenance for the on-call emergency services. It was what I had a question about. After reviewing the agenda report, it's noted that time is of the essence on those call-outs. I was wondering what the expectation is for call-outs because it's not identified in the contract anywhere. So if we place a ticket for an emergency signal repair, what is the expected response time for them to be on site working on it?
They typically have 4 hours to have that, and we have our maintenance crews that are on call 24 hours, so they would do temporary barricades, stop signs, flashing lights, and then the signal crew has up to 4 hours to get there to arrive on scene.
Okay. Is that something that was included in the RFP? That
Yes,
detail?
yes.
Okay. Because the RFP wasn't attached, so. All right, those are my questions. With that, I would like to move the item, Mr. Mayor.
I have a motion, I have a second. I'll second, so please vote.
We have to do a roll call vote.
Oh, that's
And really quick in response to Councilmember Brown's questions, the RFP proposal is incorporated into the agreement as part of the agreement as well. So,
I was looking for a separate attachment.
yeah, I know, I understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Councilmember Allen?
Aye.
Councilmember Wilson?
Oops, aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
Aye.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the consent calendar. Item F, public hearing. So this time, we'll have this young man, Jose, you get to come up and you get to speak. And, Conrad, is this what you want? You want him speaking first, or you want him second? Gabriel, okay, you guys got to make up your mind. First you says before Gabriel, now you're after Gabriel.
Gabriel will introduce him.
Okay. Gabriel, you want to introduce Jose too, so go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Gabriel Arguelles. I'm the associate planner here for the City of Grand Terrace, Planning and Development Services. For tonight's item, we have Program 1 of the housing element to rezone 97 acres across Grand Terrace. But first, we have a special presentation from Jose Jauregui, and he's going to have a quick few words to present for you guys and available for questions afterwards. And also, we're going to have Michael Baker International introduce the ordinance and item for tonight. And so we have Hannah Kreitman, Dan Weary, and Nina Kai from Michael Baker International. So, Jose.
All right, thank you. Jose, you're finally up, buddy.
All right, take two. Hello, everyone, again. Just want to thank everybody here. My name is Jose Armando Jauregui. My current role within the California Department of Housing Community Development Department is the Section Chief of the Planning Grants and Incentives Unit. The main role within my unit is to assist jurisdictions all across California, all the way as far as Humboldt County, all the way down to Imperial Valley and San Diego area to implement local plans that assist with the planning for the existing needs of residents, but also with the future needs as well. As someone that's kind of local within the area, I grew up in the Coachella Valley of the North End of Palm Springs. A lot of people may think Palm Springs is a beautiful area that is, equitable to all, but actually there is some concerns, through zoning practices in the past that don't allow every part of Palm Springs to be Palm Springs. And I grew up in the North End area where we've been disadvantaged as a community with access to transportation, access to housing, access to amenities that a lot of people take for granted, that you have a nice school that you could go to, or you have a nice shopping area that you could attend to as well. And through what I do here within the department is I help develop and implement housing plans such as a housing element to help jurisdictions like yourself address the needs of the communities. Once you do implement those plans, you actually are a lot of incentives to it, where your jurisdiction receives funding to help implement these plans, develop programmatic responses that addresses the needs of the communities that affirmatively further for housing. And what I define that is for you individuals that are looking for new opportunities in higher resource areas, you should have the opportunity to have a housing there. If you live in a community that maybe hasn't been invested into in the past few years, your community should look like the nicer areas of your jurisdiction and where you live at. And if you currently live in somewhere that's affordable and you're concerned that that unit will no longer be affordable in the future itself, we help develop anti-strategies that will help ensure that those units remain affordable and individuals can keep on living where they want to live at for the foreseeable future, not only just for right now, but for those that come afterwards itself. And so with that, I'm here to, represent the state. Even though we're in Sacramento, I really appreciate the opportunity of being here, and I'll be available for the Q&A portion to answer any concerns from the residents and discuss any incentives that come about, once you do have a local plan that has been adopted and complied with state regulations itself. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does the council have any questions for? No? Okay, Gabriel, we'll go ahead and move along to item 12.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all again. So most of you have seen me a few times by now, but just to reintroduce myself for anyone new in the room, we are the consultant team working on the rezoning to implement the recently adopted housing element. I am Hannah Kreitman, and I'm a housing specialist from Michael Baker International, and with me today is Dan Weary and Nina Kai from the project team. Cameron Savoie is also on our team and is leading the effort to revise and update the objective design standards. Cameron and I were here to present on the ODS in March, and Cameron will be back to present on the ODS this summer. The zoning and ODS are being developed in tandem, and there are many standards not in the zoning that may be in the design standards and vice versa. Here's a quick agenda of what to expect today. We'll be giving a brief overview of the background and timeline of this project, a discussion of the proposed development standards, revisions made in response to the community engagement process, as well as next steps. Every 8 years, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, issues a quantity of housing units by income level reflective of the housing need of a region to each Council of Governments, or COG. The COG then allocates a portion of this Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, to each jurisdiction in the COG region. The primary responsibility of the City of Grand Terrace is that the city always maintain sufficient land and sites capacity to meet the remaining RHNA for the entire 8-year planning period from 2021 to 2029. This means that there always must be appropriate zoning and development standards in place for the RHNA to be built. Grand Terrace adopted its 6th cycle housing element on March 25th, 2025. The housing element identified sites for rezoning in order to meet the RHNA and prepare for the upcoming 7th cycle RHNA. This housing element was found in conditional compliance by HCD, conditional upon completion of the subsequent rezoning. All rezones outlined in the housing element need to be implemented in order to reach full compliance with state law. This year, SCAG also made available a REAP funding grant that must be used by the end of 2026. The city was proactive in coordinating with SBCTA to utilize this opportunity to fund the rezoning efforts, update the objective design standards, and develop pre-approved ADU plans, all of which will be completed this year under the REAP grant at no cost to the city. As previously noted, the sixth cycle housing element was adopted in March of last year. HCD sent a letter of conditional compliance in May of last year. This compliance is conditional upon adoption of the rezoning included in Program 1 of the housing element. Program 1 includes rezoning 97 acres at a residential density of 20 to 40 units per acre. HCD has issued several notice of violation letters and emails regarding the non-compliant housing element. On December 17th, the city and our team met with HCD to discuss the timeline to completion of the rezonings and compliance. HCD indicated that non-action towards compliance by the end of April 2026 was likely to result in consequences. The Planning Commission recommended adoption of the rezone on April 2nd, 2026. A special joint Planning Commission and City Council session was hosted in January to discuss and solicit feedback on the new zoning standards, as well as a community study session held on February 5th, as well as to solicit feedback from the community on the new standards. We are performing the first reading today, and Gabriel will be back for the second reading at the next council meeting. This is a map of the 97 acres of proposed rezone sites. Every site noted will be rezoned to a density of 20 to 40 units per acre. There are approximately 8 new zoning districts that will be included in the rezone. I want to emphasize that neither the city nor the property owner is obligated to construct housing on these sites. Whether and to what extent housing is developed on each site is up to the property owner. Listing or mapping a property as a rezoned site to implement the housing element does not require the city or property owner to develop the property. The primary role of the housing element is to demonstrate capacity for housing development in the city. Rezoning a property to increase density does not require a property owner to develop, and all current uses may remain. If new development is to occur on one of the rezoned sites, that is when the new standards must be followed. The rezoning will increase the development potential of the included parcels and is intended to increase opportunities for property owners should they decide to develop. As required by the state of California, on sites rezoned to meet the RHNA, projects in which at least 20% of units are affordable are eligible for by right approval, which will streamline the development process for developers and property owners. So now we're going to get into the specific development standards within the new zone. These are the primary standards of the new R340 zone. The density is 20 to 40 units per acre as discussed and as is specified in the housing element. I want to emphasize for clarity that this means a site needs to have a minimum of 20 units per acre, not a minimum of 20 units. For sites that are smaller in acreage, a little over a third of the included sites, it's about 38%, this would mean that a triplex or a quadplex would meet the necessary density provisions. So essentially, there are 38% of the 195 included parcels are small enough where you would meet the minimum of 20 units per acre with only 3 or 4 units on that site. For setbacks, the minimum total side yard setback of all side yards combined shall be no less than 20 feet with a minimum side yard setback of 5 feet. The height is 45 feet, which is essentially 1 story taller than what is currently permitted by single-family uses in the city. We also added a provision that states that for every portion of a multifamily building over 25 feet in height that is adjacent to a single-family zone, that top portion of the building must be set back a further 20 feet. This provides better protection for views and sightlines for existing residents and clarifies and solidifies a standard that is in the current objective design standards. The current development standard did not include an open space requirement. The standard added to require open space was based off of a similar standard in the neighboring city of Colton. Requiring 50 units per acre for at least 25% of units creates optimal living spaces for residents while also not being so restrictive that it precludes any developer interest at all. Public outreach for these amendments, as discussed, included 2 public meetings. a joint Planning Commission and City Council study session, and a property owner and community study session. More than 50 residents participated in the community study session, and over half of the participants provided comments. In response to the feedback received, the proposed zoning amendments were refined to address community concerns while maintaining compliance with state law. Most notably, the maximum building height was reduced to 45 feet from earlier concepts proposing 55 feet. Additionally, a step-back requirement was added to the development standards, which requires portions of multifamily buildings over 25 feet to be further set back from adjacent single-family uses, which addresses community concerns regarding imposing sightlines. Updates to Chapter 18.76 of the zoning code were also incorporated to ensure that owners of legal nonconforming uses and structures, such as single-family homes in the new zone, will be permitted to construct additions, including the construction of ADUs and JADUs, without triggering the development requirements of the new zone. And for anyone where legal nonconforming use might be a new term to you, that's if a rezone is put onto your property, and your structure as it exists now meet the existing zoning standards, and when the zone is changed, it no longer meets the new zoning standards. That means it is legal non-conforming. So it does not conform with the zone that currently applies to your property, but it is legal because it applied to the previous iteration of the zoning. So a great example of that would be if your property is currently in a single-family zone and it's a single-family home, it is legal. Once the rezone occurs, it will be considered non-conforming with the current standards, but legal non-conforming uses can continue to exist as they are. The update also codifies that in no case shall a residential use that was lawfully established according to the standards at the time of development in a residential zone be required to be terminated or removed. In an effort to further protect existing uses in the proposed new zoning area, the limit on the maximum allowable cost for redevelopment of a legal nonconforming use or structure in the case of fire, explosion, act of God was removed. So legal nonconforming uses, or single-family homes, may be reconstructed to the condition in which they existed immediately prior to the occurrence of damage. An option for an extension of time for redevelopment in the case of damage was also added. These revisions were intended to protect current property owners. If new development is to occur on one of the rezoned sites, that is when the new standards must be followed. Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezone on April 2nd, 2026, with minor revisions for clarity. This included explicitly permitting the triplex and quadplexes that I mentioned earlier that meet the required density and zoning standards in the new zone. As I mentioned, that's for about 38% of the included sites. A triplex or quadplex would meet the necessary minimum density of 20 units per acre. There was also a provision that was removed for clarity to the regulations for legal nonconforming uses. This confirms that in the case of additions, damage repair, or ADUs that meet the other required provisions, compliance with the new zoning standards will not be required. As you may recall, Cameron and I were here in March to present on the revisions to your multifamily objective design standards. These revisions are being developed in tandem with the standards we presented today in the new zone and will be complementary. And Cameron will be back in a couple months to present the final draft of the objective design standard revisions. A notice of exemption, or NOE, was prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The proposed amendments carry out Program 1 of the city's adopted 2021 to 2029 housing element through updates to the general plan, zoning map, and zoning code. This type of rezoning is exempt from CEQA under the recently passed Senate Bill 131, which applies to rezonings that implement an approved housing element. The amendment does not approve any specific development, but instead establishes the framework for future residential development. So next steps. As I mentioned, in May of 2025, HCD issued a letter of conditional compliance to the City of Grand Terrace, noting that full compliance would be reached once the rezoning is complete. Therefore, the next step is adoption of the rezoning and associated revisions to the zoning map and land use element. Once the rezoning is complete, we will notify HCD of the adoption and send the zone to HCD for review. And then the city will receive a letter of substantial compliance for the 2021 to 2029 housing element. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I get to questions with the council, AJ, can you play that video? This is why we have to do this.
If you have cities like LA, that are violating state law, SB 79. I mean, you don't build, we're not going to fund, period. We had to file 15 lawsuits today as it relates to our notices of violation under the housing element, HCD, our housing department, because people are out of their housing compliant. Enough.
So thank you for all the hard work you did. Council, you have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much for that report. I just want to ask a couple of questions. I know you just went through a very detailed information, but I would like at least to break it down into, some digestible terms for those who are in attendance and for those who are listening, if there were any components that maybe you didn't understand or would like to go back over. So first of all, this is not mandated by the city, it is mandated by Sacramento, correct?
Correct. There is a requirement from the state that the city implement any rezoning program included in the housing element.
And in that rezoning, how long has it taken for the city of Grand Terrace? How long have we been out of compliance?
The city's housing element was due in October 2021, so you've been out of compliance for almost 5 years.
And you stated that we've received several letters of non-compliance and that there were explanations of consequences. What are some of those consequences that the city of Grand Terrace would in fact face?
Sure. So the compliance for the city of Grand Terrace's housing element was due on October 15th, 2021. Since the housing element was not found in compliance in 2021, the city has been subject to builder's remedy until the housing element is found in substantial compliance.
And can you explain builder's
yes.
remedy?
Yeah, absolutely. So this means proposed affordable housing projects where 20% of units are lower income or 100% of units are moderate income or emergency shelters are not subject to the city's zoning code or general plan land use designations. The city may be required to approve these affordable projects unless the project has an adverse effect on public safety or is in violation of state law. This generally means that part of this rezoning process and also the update to your objective design standards means that once you have that compliant housing element, the city has an opportunity to shape what those affordable housing projects look like versus now there's not a lot of local control over what kind of affordable projects do come into the city. There's other potential violations as well. The city's vulnerable to litigation. There could be loss of local permitting authority, loss of state or federal funding. HCD actually wrote specifically in a notice of violation letter to the city of Grand Terrace that HCD may notify the California Office of the Attorney General, which may bring suit for violations of state housing law, and the government code establishes a minimum fine of $10,000 per month up to $100,000 per month. And if the jurisdiction remains non-compliant, a court can multiply these penalties by a factor of 6. Other potential ramifications could include the loss of local land use authority to a court-appointed agent. So another thing that I want to point out is, you're 5 years into it. The city hasn't seen any of these more dire consequences, and part of that is because Grand Terrace has continued to make a good faith effort towards achieving a compliant housing element, and that's one of the high priorities of the state. Builder's remedy has been in effect for the past 5 years, but as long as Grand Terrace continues to make that good faith effort towards achieving housing element compliance, that's why some of these other consequences haven't occurred. But once that stops, that's when HCD has indicated that those consequences are more imminent.
Thank you. And in your statement that we would lose local control, that is in reference to anything going through our planning commission and our council. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, so the court could appoint a special agent to the city of Grand Terrace to manage any processing that comes through the city, the housing element compliance, anything related to housing essentially within the city.
Thank you. And then just to reiterate your statement that the purpose of rezoning and being and working in good faith to be able to essentially check the box for state legislation who has inflicted this upon all of us and why many are here tonight is merely just to demonstrate capacity but not actively build. Is that correct?
Right, there's no obligation to any property owners within the rezone area to construct on their sites. The housing element is a capacity exercise to show that there is capacity for different housing types within the city. There's also several programs that are meant to encourage opportunities for residents to have different housing choices and housing types, but there's no obligation to any of these property owners to develop on their properties.
Thank you for clarifying that. There's no obligation to anyone to give up their right to their home, and council is not, and the city of Grand Terrace is not engaging in eminent domain. Could you clarify whether or not the state is actively seeking eminent domain at this time? No. No.
We have the state right here.
Thank you. My last question, in conducting your work in the zoning and also for city staff, are there any developers lined up to actively move in and begin building? And it just for the record.
It's a question for city staff.
To build on these homes that are being rezoned where people already reside.
Yes, we've had a number of inquiries come to the counter and ask about the new rezoning and how that process would work and what the standards are.
Correct, but for any residents who are not wishing to, are these developers, again, my statement is, are we in a position of eminent domain? Is the city going to take over residents' homes, and you have developers lined up to take over those homes? That is my question.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Yeah, any developer interest is still at the purview of whoever owns the property. No developer can come in and develop the property that you own against your wishes. It's all completely up to the property owner whether your property is developed regardless of developer interest.
Thank you.
Does Jeff Allen have a question, Daisy? Go ahead.
I have two questions, and one question is for each of the presenters. So for the gentleman that spoke earlier, my question is, has there been any effort on the part of HCD to prevent the state legislature or members of the state legislature from adding requirements mid-cycle, which is what causes big delays, and it actually affected our element from getting finished up in a amount of time. And then my second question would be to the lady that just presented. And when you were mentioning the setbacks on the housing, and you mentioned the 5-foot minimum setbacks on side setbacks, and my question is to you, and actually it's to you and to our fire chief sitting there to your left. Has the fire department agreed that those are adequate for their ladders to be able to get to upper floors? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
I can go first. I do want to emphasize that that's only the 5-yard minimum is only for the side yard setback, and there is a minimum requirement for 20 feet combined. So that's if you have 5 on one side, you have to have 15 on the other side. And that also is, the same requirement for your neighbor next door. So there's never going to be less than 10 feet between multifamily buildings. And the current side yard setback requirement is 15 feet. And there's also larger front and rear yard setbacks, so that's 15 feet for both the front and rear yard. And when projects do come in, they'll have to do the appropriate environmental and CEQA evaluation that any project would have to do. That's not specific to this general zoning, so that would also include, go ahead.
We have not been asked or notified about this, but those setbacks are adequate for what we would need to do on emergency incidents for sure.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for the answer and for my first question to the gentleman.
Yes, sir. At this moment, future legislation is still in the process right now. We're in the legislative cycle in which any proposed bills are going through our department for review to see whether we oppose or amend. Our first priority at the moment is to ensure that for new legislation that has been enacted recently and over the past few years, that we're developing adequate resources to help jurisdictions implement the law correctly and ensure that, they're not spending too much time trying to understand the law, but more so there's guidances and resources for that. We are also in the process of, reviewing our existing processes and legislation at the moment, and we're going to be conducting some outreach with jurisdictions and other stakeholders over the next few years to review existing legislation to see where we could streamline it, make some amendments, and oppose bills that develop unnecessary constraints for jurisdictions like yourself and all over the state of California itself.
Okay, that's great and all. And the thing is that the legislation that gets in the way, it's not so much that I would be opposed to that legislation. It's just that when that legislation passes and it's mid-cycle, if the implementation date could be put off until, end of cycle so that those new requirements go into the next cycles. But whenever there's a sudden, moving the goalposts right in the middle of the game, and I know that anyway, that causes a delay on the part. And then even though, there weren't any serious repercussions to our city from having those delays, there could have been. And those delays were caused in part by the state legislatures inserting new requirements mid-cycle. That's all I wanted to say. So thanks a lot.
Of course.
Doug, do you have any questions? No? Councilman Brown?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad you did clarify some of the questions that we had that came up at the community study sessions by some of the property owners, particularly on acts of God, fire issues. You did not address, though, if someone wants to do a renovation to their home and we're talking an expansion of additional square foot, is that something that would be prohibited under the new zoning?
Yeah, so we are permitting some additions that can be permitted without having to adhere to the new zone. So I'm just pulling up the exact percentage. So additions can be added that do not exceed 25% of the current floor area of the, 20% of the current square footage of the building. So you can have a structural alteration or addition that is no more than 20% of the total floor area of the building, and you do not have to adhere to the new zoning standards. You can also develop an ADU or a JADU, and you do not have to conform with the new standards. And if you develop an ADU or a JADU, we added that won't be counted towards your 20% addition. So that means you are allowed to have a 20% addition to your building, as well as an ADU or JADU add-on. And then also, as you mentioned, in the case of an act of God, you are able to fully rebuild your home to the state that it was prior to the damage without having to adhere to the new standards, which is something that we added in response to the community feedback that we heard during our community meetings. And that's actually greater allowance than what the city's code had previously allowed, in which there was a financial cap on the amount that could be spent on a structure to rebuild in the case of damage, and we removed that. So now a structure can fully rebuild to their prior state in the case of damage.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. One other thing is, because I know people get, the Mayor Pro Tem and my council, they did a good job trying to get it, explained in layman's terms and get the fear factor out of the way. But as far as the cities, you were asked if they're gonna, if there's any projects, and I know people are just throwing fillers out there to see, what they can do and stuff. But it's just say if there is a project and one person sells their house, on some of these things, pretty much the developer's got to buy the whole city block. And for that is the infrastructure needs to be redone. So for that infrastructure, and then we have to do a traffic survey and all that other stuff. I do never see that to be feasible or profitable for a developer when we have all this vacant land here. So am I right on that? Do we still have control of that, the infrastructures and what they have to do as far as all that work?
Yes, that's absolutely right. We have requirements that any developer, particularly, within these rezones, to give the city improvements, right? Street, sidewalks, storm drains, street lights, all that's going to be required when that project ultimately gets, hypothetically approved, and and we'll enforce those conditions and make sure they're there.
So that would be a lot of money that they had to put into that project to buy a whole city block of houses at market price, plus redo the infrastructure.
Plus development impact fees.
Plus development impact fee.
Because they have to actually do the physical infrastructure, and then for stuff that's not directly on site, there are impact fees that they are assessed for things that are off-site or incremental pieces.
So any developer would be smart not to do that.
Yes, and in anticipation of these rezones, we updated the development impact fees, so they're all current, up to date.
So the city still has some skin in the game where we can hold them accountable to do all this and not just come in there, put up a Cracker Jack 45-foot high, whatever. They're going to really have to pay their impact fees on this.
Right, and there is provisions in there that, under a certain threshold of, affordable units, there are subject to ministerial review. Also, if they don't go down that route, they're up to discretionary review in front of the Planning Commission.
Yeah, not saying we don't need, now everybody wants to say affordable housing. Affordable housing, also everybody thinks Section 8, it's not. You have young people out there paying a lot of money and elderly people paying a lot of money for rent and housing. So there's a lot of vacant land out there that can be developed in this, and, we're looking at, and I know Grand Terrace is sitting here and we're worried about our houses, but we're just trying to reassure you that this city council, and, thank God for the REAP 2.0, because this would have cost the city a lot of money for this. But we're just reinsuring all this. And and one thing I want to say, thank you everybody for being really quiet and listening and understanding and not working up the crowd. But Councilor Wilson, you had a question?
Got two questions for the state guy. Okay, stand up. Has the state of California, has the state entertained any collaboration with the developers or builders who actually have skin in the game? In other words, they build multifamily product. Has there been any collaboration? Because I've been to lots of conferences, and all I've heard is a lot of so-called experts proclaim what a neat game plan this is. But unfortunately, I really don't believe that you can use a postage stamp version of this for rural areas versus, metropolitan areas. And yet here we are. So what's the answer? Have you actually collaborated with people that actually do this for a living?
Most definitely, sir. We actually administer some funding programs that we provide direct funding opportunities to developers, private and public, within the entire state of California. However, a prerequisite to some of these funding opportunities is having a compliant housing element. The city has lost millions of dollars on funding opportunities that are directly given to each jurisdiction for existing. However, that access to that money is locked because there's not a compliant housing element itself. So with a compliant housing element, I tried to think about it as kind of getting a door and unlocking multiple funding opportunities that will allow the jurisdiction to utilize that funding, not only for housing, but also improving access to opportunity, maybe some place-based strategies where you're revitalizing the infrastructure, as someone had mentioned earlier about that. You could utilize funding to improve pavements, sidewalks, streetlights, safety pedestrian walkways, where you have a component of providing residents an opportunity of housing options that aren't so spaced out itself. So we work directly with developers to ensure that our program guidelines are manageable and attainable, and through the revisions of certain programs, we inquire about, feedback to solicit and then make amendments as necessary to ensure that our program guidelines and objectives do work with our partners, not only just jurisdictions, but developers and other key stakeholders as well.
Okay, for the audience's enlightenment, on page 338, the last paragraph says this: listing or mapping a property as a rezone site to implement the housing element does not require the city or the property owner to develop the property any more than it would require a farmer that sells his farm. So what it's really going to take is somebody that's going to come in here and decide to plop a multi-family, huge, like you can only go up. Once you've satisfied the footprint, then you can only go up from there and stick that in the middle of your low-density residential. That is the state requirement. So in other words, it's a game of smoke and mirrors, so that we can check the box and say, oh, well, we've satisfied Gavin Newsom's, I'm trying to hold back, silly notion that we were going to make the whole world affordable for everybody. But do we really know the truth? Yeah, we do. We know the truth. And so here's the second question. Has the state entertained alternate solutions rather than this goofy rezoning game?
Of course, sir. Just one thing that I really want to know about these local housing plans is that they're collaborated amongst planning within the state and the local government itself. So this is not just something the state that is mandating everything, but we actually work with your jurisdiction staff, key advocates in the community, such as developers, residents, affordable housing advocates, social service providers, to develop a plan that addresses the needs of your community. And who knows your city better than your city staff itself and the residents that could participate, provide input about the site selection, about barriers that some developers are inquiring, or barriers that they face as residents within this area itself. So the strategy that jurisdictions take is really dependent upon their local staff and the expertise of the state. As you had mentioned earlier, working with metropolitan areas and comparing that with rural areas, there's huge discrepancies, right? It's hard to compare the city of Grand Terrace to LA. However, I'm really blessed that, within this department, there's a lot of resources that help me elevate best practices amongst other jurisdictions that are very similar, like Grand Terrace. I worked with the city of Needle, and if you folks know where that's at, it's very small, just like a needle. And I've learned exactly of what their constraints are going through and helped develop programmatic responses that addresses the needs of their communities and remove barriers itself. And with that knowledge and working with Grand Terrace, I've been able to share some of those practices that have been yielding successful implementation and addresses the concerns of the residents themselves. But there's not one correct way to address the housing needs of your jurisdiction, but through collaboration, planning, and taking the step forward itself, you'll be able to address the needs of your communities, and that's really dependent upon participation at all levels.
So does any part of this gobbledygook, this legislative coup, have anything to do with addressing people's lifestyles and what they're comfortable with?
It does, sir. We want to ensure that, we're developing jurisdictions that are equitable to all communities. And one thing that I want to know is not just, regular residents like us. There's a whole population within your jurisdiction that not a lot of people are aware about. Persons experiencing homelessness, seniors, persons with disabilities, persons with developmental disabilities, elderly, single-family headed households. These are all individuals that need housing opportunities and choices, and it is a requirement for the city to ensure that we're creating a foundation that provides opportunities to everyone that wants to live in Grand Terrace, and for those that work in Grand Terrace and can live in Grand Terrace.
I understand offering a mix, but I do not understand this kind of rubber stamp application and enforcing it on the local jurisdictions. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Of course.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, if you could come back to the mic. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. It's not beyond us to understand the needs of San Bernardino County or the city of Grand Terrace. We are 70% people of color. We have 40% living 200% below the poverty line. 50% of those have food insecurity, and 30% have disease and disability. The difference with the city of Grand Terrace is that we are built out, and we have those who are trying to preserve their generational wealth and being able to pass that on to their family. And having the supermajority of Sacramento hold their foot on our throat to tell us, do this or else, we will keep your money, your taxpayer dollars from your community, that is not equitable. It's not inclusive. And it does not do anything for communities like ours, our city that does not have the budget. What have we paid for this? What have we paid?
Scott, do you know? It's
For the rezone effort, the item here today, 0.
For how long have we been paying to get this compliant? What is that number?
For this item, we're probably $750,000.
$750,000 for a city with a budget of what?
We just saw it, 10.
10. And so I appreciate what you're doing, especially in areas where, you know, there are marginal gaps and differences, but we are not that city. And so the structure of that statement, a blanket statement to every single city, it doesn't apply everywhere. And that's the point, that's the frustration, is that you're going after a city with barely any funds, and you're asking us to dump it into this theory and ideology that just does not fit or match our community. It is not fair, it is not equitable, and it does not match the ideology that is being conveyed from Sacramento, because it is completely a farce. And so thank you so much for being here.
Boris, could I provide a response?
All right. Okay.
You know, I just want to advise of the enforcement process tiers that we have, and this is all available information within the Housing Accountability website of HCD itself. But there's 2-tier processes that we take for enforcement itself. In the event that a jurisdiction is non-compliant, our first approach is technical assistance. And that requires submitting a letter of inquiry, inquiring about what is the existing situation going on for the jurisdiction before we make any enforcement actions itself. And that involves collaboration, open communication, and a further understanding of what's going on in the city.
And I want to respectfully interject. The city of Grand Terrace, incredibly small, and I just talked about our budget. Over our neighbors in San Bernardino, they were funded to have theirs done, and they have far more areas not only to develop, but you know, the funding that comes in there. And time again, what we've been told by congressionals and by the previous legislators who served this area was, you are too small and insignificant, we will not support you. And so to that, all I ask of you is, we're their constituents just as well. And when you return to Sacramento, please tell our story.
Oh, most definitely. I'm really blessed to be here today and just present, you know, a face to HCD and let you know that I hear your concerns. I understand that there's myths that are out there that I'm ready to debunk to ensure that everyone understands what the city is truly doing and the resources that are out there. As I had mentioned beforehand, we understand that the city of Grand Terrace is not alone with a lot of issues that are similar across other jurisdictions: funding, staff capacity, and general land. And even through those barriers that a lot of jurisdictions face, we've been able to yield successful outcomes, ensure that jurisdictions just like yourself get a compliant housing element, build the housing that is necessary, and we provide the adequate assistance that is there. And through this assistance, you know, like as my colleague here, well, not really my colleague, but the consultant here, sorry, had mentioned, the city has been out of compliance for 5 years. For other jurisdictions that have reached to that point, unfortunately, they have been escalated further, a notice of violations, and even stipulated judgments. However, for the city of Grand Terrace, our approach has continued to be technical assistance. While the notice of violation letters have been sent out, what we're really specifically asking for those letters is just, hey, what's the timeline, what's the status, and when is the city going to get the job done, and how could we provide assistance to get to that point? And that is exactly what we have been doing to this point. And, you know, not only are we helping to get to the planning point, but also access all that funding that's out there. I want the city to have funding, because as you had mentioned, it's a very small budget, but the state incentivizes compliance with housing element law that will access millions of dollars that is available to the city staff.
Okay.
It's a
Hold on,
difference of a.
Michelle, hold on. We got to keep going.
So-
We're past, this is a question only, not comment. So we're going to go ahead and close our questions. We'll come back to our council. Daisy, do we have any public hearing comments?
Yes, sir. Mark Matthews?
Thank you. This will be short and sweet and to the point. I'm the pastor of Grandview Baptist Church up on Grande Vista Way. Rumor has it that we have sold our property, and then that land would be have to be used with its rezoning. We have not sold our property. We've owned the property since 1959, 1960. We have no desire to sell the property, nor are we selling the property, and we're not allowing anybody to come and try and buy our property so that there would be 200 units there later. So we're there for the long haul. That's all I got.
Nidal Rafferty?
I've been in 3 county negotiations or San Bernardino representing 16,000 employees. When you take the language of anything and try to implement it, you have to follow through and see what kind of things it does beneficial and what it negatively impacts. When the state comes down to tell us that this is the way to do it based on the legality and based on paper, it's trying to fit a box into a circle. The city of Grand Terrace is set in its size. For over 30 years that I've been here, Michigan Street has never got wider and does not have sidewalks on each side. And yet, we want to rezone areas to add more? It is just not physically going to be able to be done without a negative impact on safety. I work at the County of San Bernardino ARMC Medical Center as a respiratory therapist. I'm the director there. And when you add more to the population based on this zoning, the impact that we will feel at the hospitals will be astronomical. So I really, really want people to take it from a practical and logical sense, rather than listening to the funding that we're missing out on or on the funding that we will get. We have to look at the logical and practical ideas that the city cannot grow. Our fire chief has not even been spoken to on this easement concept, and yet we're going to put more and have that legality on us. It just does not make sense. And we've been here with discussing it. I'm glad you're listening to the people of Grand Terrace. That's the job. That's our democracy. But we should never, never allow an increase in population without having the infrastructure to help that society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juan Delgado?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Juan Delgado. I'm a resident here of Grand Terrace. I grew up in Colton. I want to first thank you for the responsibility you took as serving on council. I know it's a difficult job, but what I want to talk to you about is just reminding you what the responsibility of being on council or the mayor or public service, and that is to build a relationship with the community. That is to listen to what the community is saying. And as you see, everybody's here. You don't see this many people at a regular council meeting. And they're all here because they're concerned about the impact that this rezoning is going to have on our community, on our livelihood, on our quality of life. So I appreciate the comments that you've already made as far as the concerns that you have. And what I'm asking is you continue to listen and build those relationships with the community that you serve and take into account what the concerns are. One of the things that concerned me from the beginning is that you're quick to defend the position of the state. You're quick to, justify the rezoning project. Well, I've heard the comments, and so I appreciate those comments, but the reality is you took this responsibility to advocate for the residents, for us, and that's what we're asking you to do. If you don't want the devil to come to your house, you don't give him a key, you don't invite him over. That is what rezoning, allowing that rezoning amendment to go through is going to do. You say that you may not, they don't have to build, but the reality is if it moves forward, the ability to do that is there. So I'm asking you to please consider what this room reflects right now and what the comments of our neighbors are going to reflect, and that you take into account that this is not a good thing to do. So please do not approve this amendment. Thank you.
Mario Gomez.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to be heard by everybody here and all the concerned residents. I'm with the Baptist church here because we lived on that street, which is Vista Grande. I understand that these folks have to do what they got to do, but here in Grand Terrace, like we said, we don't want to tap out, but our life of living over here on Vista Grande is country, it's everybody homeowners, and it's peaceful. We deal with a lot of 4th of July viewers because it's packed and the street is very small. I'm very glad to hear that the Baptist church is not up for sale, and hopefully it doesn't ever do that. But a concerned resident of 35 years, I really want to express myself to all that would make a decision on this. We need to keep that section for sure as is. If there's other areas that we can do, then so be it. But our concern and my concern is mainly Vista Grande. So keeping that in mind, I'm planting the seed, and hopefully it'll grow from there that nothing like that happens. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Hugo Cortez.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Hugo Cortez. I live directly next to the proposed rezoning project located at 22755 Vista Grande Way in Grand Terrace. I respectfully oppose any changes from a single-family zoning to a high-density residential use that may allow apartments or multifamily development directly adjacent to existing homes. Because my property is immediately next to this project site, I'm especially concerned about privacy, increased traffic, and parking issues, additional noise, and the overall incompatibility with our existing large lot residential neighborhood. Introducing higher density housing in this location will significantly change the character of the area and negatively affect nearby homeowners. I'm also concerned about the safety and whether the city currently has the infrastructure and emergency response resources necessary to support increased residential density in this area, including police response and neighborhood safety concerns. This neighborhood is made up of large lot, low-density residential properties, and placing houses will not be compatible. While I understand the need for the city to comply with the housing requirements, I believe that higher density should not be directed towards areas more appropriate for that of use of not directly adjacent to established large lot neighborhoods. In addition, many nearby residents share these concerns. A petition has been signed surrounding residents opposing this rezoning, and it has been collected and will be submitted to the council's consideration. I respectfully request that the city council deny this rezoning request.
Craig Austin.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members.
I'd like to speak in opposition to the rezoning of land for high-density housing in Grand Terrace as presented. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen of Grand Terrace for over 30 years and would be sorely impacted by the rezoning proposal. Grand Terrace already has multiple high-density housing properties, including apartment complexes, mobile home parks, and a relatively small city. The ratio of high-density housing to single-family homes is sufficient to keep Grand Terrace a quiet, peaceful town to live in. The area near Terrace View Elementary School and Vista Grande, as already mentioned, already has a lot of traffic, with families parking on narrow streets during school hours and after-school activities. The infrastructure was not designed for high-density traffic on narrow, unmaintained roads. The city does not have the infrastructure to support the increased traffic, especially during school hours, and the safety implications of individuals rushing to and from work while parents are trying to drop off or pick up their children is very dangerous. Mount Vernon Avenue near Grand Terrace Road is the major thoroughfare during the daily commute and for those trying to get around the gridlock of the 215 freeway. Building high-density housing in close proximity to this major freeway access point will amount to a nightmare during morning and evening commutes. The lure of revenue dollars always causes the eyes to glaze over and obscure the larger safety elements and concerns of local citizens. During the Planning Commission meeting on April 2nd, 2026, the consulting group presenter stated that all of the available properties were included to provide for maximum possibilities for the future, which to me says that there's leeway for revisions of this proposal or amendment. The proposal goes way beyond the target set by the state and should be reevaluated based on the current need instead of a crystal ball projection. The presenter also stated the properties were evaluated based on fire risk, among other parameters. After hearing this, I can only speculate that the Planning Commission and City Council members are being misled by the proposal and wonder who's benefiting from the passage of this proposed amendment. I live adjacent to the property by Terrace View Elementary School and lost my fire insurance because of the fire risk in our area. The only available fire insurance available is the minimal pooled coverage offered by the state and the FAIR plan. I would challenge the city to convince my insurance company that the area that I live in and that of the land proposed in the amendment are not in a fire zone area. For these reasons and for reasons not mentioned due to time constraints, I urge the City Council to vote no on the proposed rezoning amendment as presented and revise it to meet the needs of the state, but remove properties that are fire risk and cannot be supported with the available infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Jimenez.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Michael Jimenez, I'm a resident of Grand Terrace. Actually live right up the road off of Arliss Drive in Preston. Two properties down from one of the properties that's proposed in the rezoning plan. It's like a 2-acre parcel that's ultimately going to be turned into like a bit of an island zone there. So I want to reiterate comments that I've shared in previous meetings. I came to the Planning Commission, to the community engagement sessions, and just want to reiterate some of those things so that you all can hear it from me. So as I've stated before, the city was only required to rezone about 24 acres to meet the regional housing needs allocation, so the RHNA. However, the proposal before you goes far beyond that minimum. I understand and respect that you have stated on several occasions that the state requires a rezoning, and even in that video that you shared, Mr. Mayor, from Governor Newsom and his words, it's a requirement, right? We're potentially going to lose funding because of it. But the concern isn't so much that it's a requirement, it's how much we're doing within this rezoning plan in quote-unquote planning for the future. And planning for future housing elements that we still don't even have in front of us or have requirements for. So we're going to be rezoning 97 acres when we're only required to rezone 24 acres. So please, everyone, just kind of let that sit in. Council, let that sink in. 97 acres instead of 24 acres. The requirement is 24. That's 1,000 home requirement approximately, about 700. And we're going to push that to close to 4,000. That is a lot. That's putting our city in dire straits for the future. We call it master planning, we call it whatever we want to call it. It is not what's good for this city, and it's not what these residents want. They're applauding after every single person comes up here and opposes this. Also, a concern of mine is the timing. These decisions are coming forward very late in the process. As it's been said, 4.5 years, almost 5 years now, this has been going on. We could have finished this a long time ago. We could have not put ourselves in a position to be mandated by the state to get this done within a few months. We received a letter at the end of last year. The city received a letter stating that this needed to be done by April. We're now in May. We're pushing that time frame, and the reason that we're pushing it, we're going this far, is because now we're having to get this done and rezone quickly so that we don't get penalized. Penalizing the citizens, penalizing us for our tax dollars. It's not fair. I only have 15 seconds left, but my last concern is just that I really ask, or not even a concern, but I just ask that you all reconsider, that you not rezone all of these acres, 97 instead of 24, that you do something more reasonable and something more accommodating to what the citizens want to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anita Ledesma.
Good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I just recently, under 2 years ago, moved into Grand Terrace Road, 3 houses away from this possible project. My main concern, I moved here for the safety because it's a rural area and this is where I wanted to see my grandchildren grow up. I have a 5-month-old and a 4-year-old. And if this project takes place, I think it's going to override the reasons why we moved into this area. I'm not going to take much of your time. I did send a video over to Ms. Daisy of a recent incident that happened right in front of my driveway because there's no speed bumps. The traffic is going so fast. The streets are so narrow that my son's work truck, it was completely destroyed, parked right in front of my house. And if we are going to bring this project in, how do you think this is going to be? The safety is going to be completely non-existent. So just to close this up, I really think that this is not an attainable project for that reason. The streets are too narrow. There's no sidewalks. There's sidewalks on one side, but not on the other. So I think this is something that really needs to be reconsidered for that particular area. And I do really appreciate you standing up and speaking up for your community, for us, the residents. We do have a lot of, most of our residents in that street, they are first owners. They've been there for many years. And this is going to really, really change our life in that area. So I want to thank you. And if Ms. Daisy has the time to open that video, I would really like for everyone to see what we are looking forward to. And I want to thank you. I will close it with the video. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's all for the members that are present. I do have Richard Head joining via Zoom. I'm going to ask if they will be commenting on this item. Richard Head, are you available? Will you be commenting? I'm going to take that as a no, Mayor.
Daisy, how long's that young lady's video?
I haven't had a chance to view it. She sent it to me prior to this item. Okay. I emailed it to you guys as well.
Okay. So nobody else on public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment.
I need that.
Does anybody else have any public comment forms they'd like to turn in before we close it?
This is Saul Ortega.
Okay.
Hello, neighbors of Grand Terrace. I recently moved here about 5 years ago, and I love the community. So what I've noticed in this past 5 years is that there's our neighbors, Riverside, and in Riverside, right over our Blue Mountain, there's a brand new community there that has been
Sir,
built.
can you look at us, not the audience? Look, we need you to look at us, please. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir. So there's a brand new community that has been built, and there's about 2,000 homes there, and that has already caused a great impact on traffic going down Mount Vernon. Now, if we bring in more structures here into the city, that's just going to add to that traffic, and traffic gets backed up all the way down to Barton Road. So picture that in an emergency where our firemen or ambulance, sheriffs need to get by. It's just terrible. I mean, that's just a major catastrophe waiting to happen there. We are already in a fire zone, so that building all these extra buildings that with no way to get in and out of the city. We only have two ways to get into the city. We have Mount Vernon, and then we have down Barton Road. So if that gets gridlocked, we are pretty much in a bad situation there already. As I said, like we have 2,000 brand new homes on the other side. They're commuting down Mount Vernon, and traffic is just terrible. And down by our schools, the schools get so backed up there that in case of an emergency, there's nothing they can do there. So I have seen that. I've only been here 5 years. I love the community. So I would like to bring that safety issue to the council to take into consideration before approving anything further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, Daisy?
No, sir.
All right, go close public comment, bring it back for deliberation. One question. When this young man said 24 acres versus, and we're doing 97, can you explain that?
Absolutely. So as we mentioned, part of the obligation of the City of Grand Terrace is to implement your rezoning program in your housing element, which includes 97 acres of rezoning. The reason why 97 acres is included is for a couple reasons. First of all is the capacity exercise to identify sites for the RHNA cannot just be based on the maximum potential yield of each site. So for example, you have a 1 acre site that allows 40 units per acre. You cannot assume that 40 units are going to be built on that site. We look at things like regional development trends, whether sites of similar makeup or existing uses, what those have been redeveloped as, and then we determine what's considered to be a realistic yield of development. So in the case of Grand Terrace, we looked at about a 70% yield, which is why you generally need to include more sites than what the maximum capacity would be able to meet for your RHNA. The main reason why a full 97 acres has been included is because as we mentioned, this housing element was due in 2021. The housing elements are on an 8-year cycle. So there will be another housing element with another set of RHNA that is due in 2029. We generally recommend to the jurisdictions that we work with that you start working on your housing element 18 months to 2 years prior to your deadline, which means starting work on your next housing element in 2027, and we're about halfway through 2026. So part of the reason that we're recommending this rezoning now is to be prepared for your 7th cycle housing element and hopefully prevent as much of a delay as you've seen in the 6th cycle. And another reason is, as we've mentioned, your staff was incredibly proactive in getting access to a grant that was made available by SCAG and SBCTA, and this rezoning effort has been fully funded by this grant at no cost to the city. So by taking advantage of the funding that was available for the rezoning at this time, that is not likely to be available in the same way of in the next cycle, the city is able to achieve this rezoning that would cover their 7th cycle free of cost. And the reason that it's 97 versus 24 is also, the SBCTA hasn't released the RHNA numbers yet for the 7th cycle, and we don't know yet what they're going to be. But some of the RHNA numbers for Northern California have already started to be released, and we're looking at smaller cities or cities of similar size that are looking at about a 200% increase. Just between the 5th and 6th cycle alone for the city of Grand Terrace. I apologize, I'm pulling up the numbers here. In the 5th cycle, your RHNA was 118 units, so that's the housing element that was due in 2021, or was 2013 to 2021, and then your current housing element, the RHNA was 630 units, so that's an increase from 118 to 630. We don't know what that next increase is going to be between the 6th and 7th cycle, so it not only covers the RHNA for your current housing element cycle that you're in, but also preps you for the one that you're going to start work on in the next year.
All right. Where do they come up with these numbers?
So the RHNA numbers are based on a number of factors. It's based on the population growth within your city, land availability, access to resources. HCD might be able to speak on these as well, but there's a calculation that's done at the state level that's then given to each of the COGs, that's then given to the jurisdiction. So each COG has its own way of calculating how those numbers are distributed to each of the jurisdictions.
Do you ever think it's going to stop? This stuff just right here just stopped. I mean, it's just a waste of time, waste of money, just pie in the sky.
I'm not going to pretend to predict the future. I will just say that
Well, I need that in the lottery numbers,
that the
too.
process as it is currently written into California state law. So as far as we know, this process will continue every 8 years. And we're on as we mentioned, the 7th cycle is getting started. Some of your neighbors have started working on their 7th cycle housing elements. So this has happened every 8 years for the past 7 cycles.
And then what's the fine if we don't pass it?
Yeah, so in the letter that was written to the city of Grand Terrace directly, the government code establishes a minimum fine of $10,000 per month up to $100,000 per month, and if the jurisdiction remains non-compliant, a court can multiply those penalties by a factor of 6, so that would be up to $600,000 per month.
Per month?
Yes.
Okay. City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, I know I cut you off, sorry, but you wanted to finish your statement? No? Councilmember Brown, you have anything to add?
Well, I would like to thank everyone for coming out tonight. It was, it's great to see so much community participation, but the importance of this issue that has on the future of Grand Terrace. As I say here, I haven't said much, but it's out of frustration. Sometimes, you shouldn't say anything if you don't have anything nice to say. I see our friends from Sacramento come down, and my thought when it comes to Sacramento is simply, we don't need their help. I think it was President Reagan who said, the most terrifying phrase is, 9 words is, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help. And that's exactly the way I feel about this mandate from Sacramento. This is something that obviously that will change the composition of our entire community. They want us to be big, urban, have rail, and ride in public transportation and live in high-density housing. That's not Grand Terrace, that's not our lifestyle, and that's something that you guys can count on me to fight at every turn as long as I'm sitting on this dais. This process, in my opinion, it's been flawed, and then the state bears the responsibility for that. As these RHNA numbers have come out, Councilmember Allen alluded to it. They've changed. They've moved the goalposts. And so while we're sitting here today and they're telling us, well, you're 5 years behind, well, we're 5 years behind because you guys kept changing the numbers. A wise man once told me, never let a deadline drive a bad decision. And they're trying to tell us we're up against this deadline, but I really think that the proper approach to rezoning, especially when we're talking about adding this type of density to our city, would have been to include all of you. As he said earlier, who knows better? Well, who knows better about our city? It's not our staff, it's not our city manager, but it's all of you sitting in this room. We should have done community visioning. We should have really planned strategically looked at what is the best practices for urban planning and then chose those areas for density. But you look at that map and it's hodgepodge where we have potential high density developments next to your single family homes. That's not something I can support. I would have much rather seen a process that included all of your input from the beginning. Now, I would point out, our staff have tried to comply with these state mandates with this, gun to our fiscal head, which is unfair for them, and they've really worked hard, and I appreciate that. But the process, like I said, in my opinion, was flawed. And as York representatives, we weren't given these maps. We were given no input on these maps. We were presented with these maps from these consultants and the state. They said, here's what we approved. You guys sign off on it. Well, and that's not acceptable to me. So anyway, I don't know where this is going to go, but I don't like it, and I'm not going to support it.
Councilor Allen's got a statement.
Thanks, Mayor, and I just want to, first of all those people that are out there in the audience, thank you for coming to this meeting. And also those who wrote letters, and I have my copies of them, and I'm keeping them and I'm reading them, and I have taken notes from all those people who came to the podium and the questions they asked, the comments they made, and these things are all really concerning. Now, one of the things that keeps coming up in conversation, the concerns that I hear from the residents are with the concern on a lack of infrastructure. And I just wonder if we've done an adequate amount of outreach and explanation to these people that are concerned and let them know that in the planning and development and construction phase, that proper infrastructure is always taken into consideration, and we would never allow a development to be put in place that could not be supported by either the infrastructure that's there. If not, then of course, new infrastructure has to go in place. That's exactly what's taking place right now at the Gateway project. Down by the freeway, all that infrastructure is going in place underground to support all that new development that's going to be going in on top of the ground. And that would be the case in any development in the future that comes to our city, whether it's a high density or even a low density. That's just what our planning department does. And I just want our residents to be reassured that we would not allow a high density development or moderate density development to go in without having the roads and the sidewalks and the gutters and all of that to support it. And the fire department would be there, and our law enforcement would be adequate to provide for that, because see, all those development impact fees take care of that sort of thing. I'm glad that the presenter mentioned that that our staff was able to work and get the grant that paid the cost of preparing the element. I don't know how our city would have ever managed to have come up with that $750,000 in any other way to do it. But here's the thing: we were not totally in the out of the woods financially. We were still at risk, and I just want the gentleman from HCD to understand, that we risked builders remedies projects for 5 years while we were out of compliance because the goalposts kept getting moved on us. We also lost, you mentioned it yourself, we lost those opportunities for those grants that were available for developers because we were not in compliance. We didn't have an approved element for 5 years because the goalposts, once again, had gotten moved. This is the message I need you to take back to Sacramento and to somehow get the state legislature to understand that this is what cost small cities and what makes small cities angry. In fact, I would ask the gentleman from HCD, after you've sat there and listened to all of these residents voice their concerns, how would you answer their concerns and respond to them to assuage their concerns and help them understand how we have to move forward with this? That is, and I've asked also this one last question. Why are we continually doing this when we know that the population growth in California is going down? And why are we worried about building more housing whenever we know that the population growth has been stagnant for 3 or 4 years and is actually declining? So those are my comments. I did have a question there. How would the gentleman from Sacramento answer these residents of our city if he was on the sitting there as the mayor or a council member? Thanks. Thank you, Mayor Hussey.
Thank you. Jose, you want to answer this question?
Of course, sir. I would invite the opportunity to introduce everyone to the housing element of the city of Grand Terrence. Within the housing element, you have a table of contents that depicts the purpose, the objectives, the housing needs assessment that describes the socioeconomic statuses of the jurisdiction, where you talk about race, income, disability status, familial status. You'll talk about persons, as I had mentioned earlier, special needs populations, where you get real life data collected through the census, American Community Survey, and other trusted resources that collect this information that depicts your communities itself. I've heard many folks talk about, well, we're here representing everybody here, but from my knowledge, I believe the city of Grand Terrence is well over 30,000 individuals itself, and this capacity does not include everyone.
13,500.
13,000, and there's maybe about 200 itself. That still doesn't capture the entire population of these residents, and there's a lot of individuals that unfortunately could have been here for whatever reasons they may be. But the housing element would be the resource that I would walk through folks, talk about the planning that was done previously, but not only just getting to this point, but also continuing these ongoing conversations, as you had mentioned, Mr. Allen. When projects are proposed, it doesn't mean that they're simply going to be approved itself. There is still a portion of public participation that is required component of the projects being developed, and this is where residents can continue to present their own concerns through the propositions of projects that are being submitted, where they could provide their insight as to what the community design will look like, what the project will look like itself. So this is not just the last fiasco itself, but there's going to be multiple opportunities for public participation to be invited. And I really appreciate all the comments that are being heard, the positive and the negative, because it does require every voice at the table to be heard in order to develop plans that are successful and equitable for everybody here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we get a motion in a second, and I appreciate my colleagues' responses and stuff, and I'm on SCAG and all these other meetings, and this is all we've been hearing about housing element, RETA numbers, and these other cities, they go, what's your RETA numbers? And I tell them, and they laugh at us because it's so low. I go, well, no, it's high for us. But one thing that we always talk about in all these meetings is local control. Jose, I'm not going to pick on you. You're doing a fine job, and I know you're blessed and stuff, and you're doing your job. But this state wants to take away local control from us, the people. You guys voted us in to be your voice. The state wants to take that away. The state wants to find us because we want to stand up against the state. Sacramento, I've been up there plenty of times. It's a whole different state. San Francisco's a different state. You got politicians up there making these Cracker Jack boxes. That looks good up there in San Francisco. It doesn't look good for here. People in Grand Terrace moved to Grand Terrace. A lot of them came from LA and stuff. They moved east so they could have more of a bigger house, land, and a place to raise their children. And, you know, this is putting a gun to our head. And, yeah, we're population 13,500 plus 200 wild donkeys. You know, even the wild donkeys are getting kicked out of their area because of state development. So what do? Do we vote yes and take the $10,000/$100,000, $600,000 a month hit when we're begging for more sheriffs? That people don't want to vote on a sales tax for that to help their city with additional sheriffs, but we'll hear how we don't have coverage for everything. We heard that earlier. And we stand up for principles. Do we hold our own and wait another 5 years until the state stop moving the goalposts? Until they, you know, stop going to Disneyland and sprinkle pixie dust on them and think everything's all rainbows and everything else and unicorns? I understand we need housing, but we don't need forced housing. We don't need forced housing where you take away local control. You know, we had to come up with a plan and everything. And I thank you for answering the question on the 97 acres versus that. I know you're trying to save the city money. I appreciate it. But yeah, local control. Now, how do you maintain local control? You get out and vote. Not only for the local politicians, but for your state politicians. We are blessed with Leticia Castillo's office here in the city. Been on this council for 12 years, and finally we have somebody that we could talk to and represent us. We are blessed with our senator, too. And when we go up to Sacramento, these people are fighting. I think they're trying to justify their jobs, but some of these ideas they have does not make sense. I'm not a politician. I live here in Grand Terrace. By popular demand, people think I come in here and fly in from LA or something, or they think we make the same amount of money as the LA mayor. We don't. We live here and we love our city. And our goal here on the council is to make sure that the residents are safe and secure and future generations can enjoy it. We hit a lot of obstacles on this. When we council asks the residents for stuff, they say no because they don't trust the council. So with that, I'm looking for a motion and a second. Do I have a motion and a second? So city attorney, no motion and second, item's dead? What do we do?
If there's no motion, then yes, the action does not get adopted. There's no action.
So there's no action, does it come back to us, or we just go ahead and take the fine?
It would not, well, it would not come back to you. What I would ask, if there's no direction tonight to take an action, I would ask that you continue this item to the next meeting, so I may appropriately advise the council. And if the council doesn't want to take any action at that time, that's perfectly fine.
So approving this item for the next meeting is still kicking the can down the road?
It would be, but at least we would not have to renotice it.
So you would go over our legal obligations in
I would go over your legal obligations just so you're aware of the options and ramifications.
Well, we heard from the residents that are here that are affected for it. They don't care about the fine. They'd rather pay the fine, if that's coming.
Well, I mean, it's not as simple as a fine. I will tell you that what the city would be looking at, well, kind of just ballpark it here, is that the city council would be, or the city would be the subject of litigation. The city would be likely sued by the Attorney General. I would not be shocked if a housing group were to join into the fray as well. The city could be subject to attorney's fees, fines as identified by the consultant. The court could, in theory, take our planning and building authority away to some extent. I don't have that provision in front of me, but they could go that far. If the court were to agree that we are not compliant with the housing element, The court could order us to adopt a housing element within a short period of time. And if we fail to do so, then we are going to be subject to even further fines. And, I'm not sure what the court would do if we are violating a court order. So I will further tell the council and the public that cities up and down the state have challenged that have been challenged, have not been successful in defeating the state.
So can the city lose its incorporation and have to file bankruptcy, and that'd be a risk?
I wouldn't, well, I wouldn't go as far as taking your incorporation away. I have not heard of that. In terms of bankruptcy, I couldn't speak to that either, but I could say that if we were challenged and we did have to pay attorney's fees, it could be significant. And if we have to pay fines, as stated earlier by the consultant, that could be very significant on the city's budget.
So if the city has to pay the attorney fees, and then, well, we can't afford it, and then pretty much we're going to lose our local control, that will subtly reduce property value.
I can't speak to that myself, but I can simply say that not proceeding to adopt the housing element would subject the city to significant consequences. Believe me, as I understand the council and I understand the public's point of view completely. From a legal standpoint, I can only advise you that the law requires a compliant housing element. Putting aside the penalties, each city in the state is required to have a compliant housing element. Historically, that obligation has always been there for every city. It wasn't until maybe the early 2020s that the state actually became more of an enforcer of this. This historically has been a planning tool, which is how, when I first started practicing, that was always the contemplation. It was just a planning tool. But in the last few years, the state has enforced it every step of the way and has challenged any city that has failed to comply. So I mean, the analogy I would give is I'll be blunt with the council because I think this is that significant. You are getting on Titanic.
Okay, so we're looking at multiple lawsuits, fines, and a lot of stuff. So if we
Yes.
table it and come back to you, you're going to give us all what can happen in the scenario?
Yes, I can give you a little bit more specifics. I mean, but that's only if the council wants to hear more specifics. I mean, I think they're pretty clear. I think the consultant has been pretty clear as well. But if the council is pretty confident with their decision, then no action has to be taken tonight.
If we did no action tonight, do we start facing fines immediately?
My anticipation is we would get a letter from HCD relatively quickly, within a week or so, because I'm sure the representative from HCD would be on the phone later tonight or in the morning, confirming that we have not adopted it. I anticipate we will get a letter of some type of noncompliance and putting forth their means of enforcement if we fail to do it, and give us an opportunity to correct it. And if we fail to do so, then I anticipate they will refer the matter to the Attorney General, and we will be in litigation sometime this summer.
Okay, Councilman Allen had a question?
No, Mayor, I don't have a question. I was going to make a motion to, on the measure. I was going to make a motion to make staff recommendation.
So you want to make the motion?
That's correct. I'm going to make a motion to approve staff recommendations on this item.
Okay. And if I second it just for a voting thing, and if it doesn't go through, we'll bring it back? Is that what you're saying, City Attorney?
That's an option. If it goes down, then the council can decide whether to leave it there as a no vote, or if they want to continue it to the next meeting for further discussion, they can.
What does my colleagues think? You guys want to bring it back to the table? Or do you want to? So if I make a motion and we vote and it doesn't pass, we come back for the,
If the council desires it to come back,
and if the council doesn't desire,
then the motion fails, no action is taken tonight, and
well, I'll make a motion just so we can vote.
Councilmember Allen has motioned it.
Second, we need two. Second the motion so we can get the vote. Daisy, can we have a roll call vote?
Let me read the title of the ordinance. So the ordinance title would be an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Grand Terrace, California, approving zoning code amendment ZCA 26-02, zone change ZC 26-01, and environmental review E 26-03, amending the city zoning map and Title 18 zoning of the Grand Terrace Municipal Code to establish the R3-40 high-density multiple family residential district, to allow residential development at a density of 20 to 40 dwelling units per acre, and to rezone approximately 97.1 acres of property located throughout the city to the R3-40 designation, consistent with Housing Element Program Number 1 of the city's 2021-2029 housing elements. The adoption of that ordinance and then the adoption of the corresponding resolution, which I'll just read for the record, is entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Grand Terrace, California, adopting General Plan Amendment 26-01 to redesignate approximately 97.1 acres to high-density multiple family residential to implement Program 1 of the city's 2021-2029 housing element. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Brown?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor,
Yes?
do I still have the floor?
Well, we're getting ready to vote.
Hey, I just wanted to add that I think that the people need to understand that, if we don't have an approved element and we risk a builder's remedy, what could have been a 4-story apartment building somewhere 50 years from now could end up being a 10-story apartment building 2 years from now. And we won't be able to control that because the state will take away our control of planning and development. That's one of the repercussions of not having an approved element. And so I think the people need to understand that, what a builder's remedy really means to this city and what we risk with it. Thanks.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, yeah, the builder's remedy as well. I didn't hit on that point, but yes, the city would remain subject to the builder's remedy, which means any developer who wants to develop housing on their site with some affordable element could develop without any structure or guidance from the city. They can basically do whatever they want. And I will lastly add, if I may, Mayor, I have litigated this. I have represented a city that has challenged this, and it was not a good outcome. So I tell you from experience, but I just want you to know that I'm not speaking off the cuff. This is something I've litigated for the last few years.
No, I understand. It's a big thing. I mean, we got at least 30 property owners here, and then we got other property owners that aren't being affected by it, and they don't want the city to file bankruptcy or being sent to the state. So it's a sticky situation. It's a hard situation. It's a hard thing to judge and come up with, but it's what is the overall good for the city of Grand Terrace? What is the overall big picture? Is the big picture having these people that love their property, which I understand, that something might not get put in there, but then we know that we will be hit hard? That's the question. Do we vote yes to maintain the sovereignty of our city with a gun to our head and still comply to the state? Or do we vote no for something that might never happen and give up a lot what we work hard for? in the last 10, 12 years. That is the thing. We won't be having any more community benefit funds. We won't be having anything. It'll be nickel and dime, cutting everything, and we could services and all that. So I'm just letting you guys know that could happen. I'm not throwing a doomsday bomb out there. I'm not going to be out here just going to say, hey, you know, I'm your mayor, and the elections come up and people vote people out. That's the way it is. My job is to make sure that we have a solvent, running, successful city. So can we have a roll call vote, Daisy?
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
No.
Mayor Hussey?
It's going to fail? No.
Motion failed.
All right. So good luck, Grand Terrace. That's it. So let's go ahead and go to item 13. Gabriel. Then after that, we'll go to 14 so the wrestlers can get some rest.
Mr. Mayor, just to confirm, I assume you don't want to bring it back
So
for
do we-
discussion?
Okay, do we
or-
want to bring it back for discussion, council? I want to bring it back. I'm going to make a motion to bring it back so you can give us legal precedence.
Yes.
Second that motion.
I'll second that motion. I think it better come back.
So we have a motion and a second. Daisy, roll call. Do we need a vote?
Yes, I think we should.
Daisy, roll call vote.
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
No.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right,
Okay,
so give
so,
us all our legal information.
yes, so we'll continue the public hearing to the next meeting. Again, if council chooses not to do anything, that's the council's call. But,
All right. Okay, well, thank you.
yes,
Should we have continued item 13 as well? If that was the council's decision?
Is that item 13 part of this recommendation to come out, or is it dead?
no, that's separate.
Program 13 of the housing element, this is program 1, separate.
All right, separate. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're exiting, please, we're still in council. We're still in council, so please keep communications to yourself. All right, go ahead, item 13.
Okay, so just for the record, so this item will come back as a continued public hearing on the next meeting. It'll be up to the council if they wish to do anything at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council and members of the public. My name is Gabriel Arguelles. I'm the Associate Planner here for the City of Grand Terrace. I'm here to introduce Zone Code Amendment 2601, Agricultural Employee Housing for Program 12 of the housing element. In summary, this amendment establishes regulations for agricultural employee housing in both of the agricultural overlay zones within the city. This includes definitions of different housing types of small and large scale and seasonal employee housing. This creates the Zone Code
Ladies and
Amendment.
gentlemen, please, if you're going to exit, just please go ahead and exit. Communication out there, we need to have quiet.
Yeah, this amendment includes objective development standards, such as parcel size, setbacks, infrastructure, and safety. This amendment allows qualifying projects to be approved ministerially by right by staff. The purpose of this amendment is going to be required to be in compliance with state housing law. And also it supports the city's housing element, Program 12. This removes constraints on housing. It also allows housing for agricultural workers. Some of the changes include minimum parcel size, unit limits, setbacks, and lot coverage. There's also requirements on infrastructure, such things as water and stormwater and wastewater. Also, fire and safety access includes annual verification and occupancy requirements also. This went to Planning Commission on March 19th. The Planning Commission received staff presentation and public testimony. They directed staff to come back and revise the ordinance to include updates to the temporary grazing regulations under the agricultural overlay district. They approved a resolution recommending to City Council to adopt this ordinance, and also recommend City Council determine that the project is exempt from CEQA. Here's that CEQA exemption also. It's considered not a project. There's no fiscal impact to this. It's just accounting for staff time. Also, staff recommends to adopt this ordinance and approve such changes. Thank you. That's my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Does the council have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So, how did you identify the agricultural overlay areas? And do you have a map you can put up there for us?
I don't have the map readily, but we have 2 agricultural overlay zones here at the city. One being, they're kind of sporadic throughout the city, over by Vista Grande Road, Grand Terrace Road, the north side of Grand Terrace, also north of Walnut Avenue and Terrace Avenue, and also on the hillside area close to where the trailhead will be. I believe it's near Raven Way and the avocado orchard close to Blue Mountain there.
Do you know the number of acres that are included?
I don't.
Was there a state mandate for as far as the number of acres we needed included? And is it a mandate to have an agriculture overlay area?
The agricultural overlay, this state requirement was triggered by the existing agricultural overlay. So I don't know when the agricultural overlay was established, but it's a well-established overlay zone for the past, I believe, at least 10 years. And so since we do have those agricultural overlay zones, we are required to include this state mandated provision.
Is there a reason we don't eliminate them?
We can, by staff.
We should probably do that because Grand Terrace is no longer citrus and walnut groves. I mean, I looked at the map and honestly, Gabriel, it's the same area over there on Vista Grande that the residents are out here for. We're creating this, ag overlay for employee housing.
We're not creating an overlay.
Well, we've got an overlay.
Yes.
But to allow for employee housing, that's a ministerial approval. Some of it's seasonal, I get it. But when I look at Grand Terrace and I look at Vista Grande Way, that side of the hill, I mean, you've got homes there. There's some room for there are 3 custom homes that are in process now. Along with the base of Blue Mountain, up there by Raven Way, there's private properties up there that could be developed right where we have this overlay. And to me, it makes no sense. I would rather see somebody build a $1 or $2 million single family home with a hillside view than put this agricultural overlay there for
Right.
seasonal employee housing. It just makes no sense.
These areas are residential areas, residential zones.
Well,
so they're able to, develop single-family homes or multifamily, whatever the proper zoning is. But this overlay allows for additional uses to be put there.
Exactly. That's the problem with it.
Right.
So if we're talking over off of Grand Terrace Road and Vista Grande Way, where we have the overlay and we allow for this housing, then we can be allowing employee housing to go in next to your house that has somewhere between 6 and 20 occupants in it, right? That's what we're proposing under this ordinance. Is that correct? Or did I misunderstand it when I read it?
Do you mind repeating your question?
How many people are allowed in these houses? How many residents in one house under this ordinance?
I don't believe it regulates the amount of people able to live within a residence. I think, one second.
6 or fewer, single bed dwelling, employee, up to 12 units. I mean, 36 beds must be permitted.
Right. This is for new development also?
But the overlay is right next to existing residential homes. That's my point, though.
Yes.
Is we would be allowing this on a ministerial approval under this ordinance. So I'm like, let's just get rid of these ag overlays. We don't need them. And then we don't have to worry about this type of development going into their neighborhoods.
Right. Council can give staff direction to eliminate these agricultural overlay zones.
Well, I would move that we eliminate the agricultural overlays in these areas where it conflicts with existing single-family homes. That's my motion.
Second. So, City Attorney, we have a motion and a second to remove these.
Do we have any public comment on this?
We do. Bobby Forbes?
All right, Bobby Forbes. Bobby Forbes, is she online? Or, oh, there she is. I thought I heard voices. Is somebody not muted?
Thank you. I was unprepared for this subject. I was just so excited about J.C. Wallace coming up. I live on ag property. All my neighbors, there's chickens, there's goats, there's animals like that up there on Grand Terrace Road and Vista Grande Way too. And I don't have them, but my neighbors do. So if you take that away, they can't have them anymore. I live west of the freeway. Some of you know that. My neighborhood is very different than Vista Grande and Grand Terrace Road, except we're on big lots. And there's people that live there because they can have chickens. There used to be horses. There's somewhat of farm animals there. If you take that away, then nobody's in compliance anymore. And they're going to have to kill their chickens or get rid of them or get rid of their goats or get rid of their... I could have cows at my house if I want to right now with my ag overlay. I don't want that. And I don't want chickens, but my neighbors do. And that would eliminate all of the areas. If you take away the ag overlay, then you're taking away that opportunity for people that have bought land here for that purpose. Maybe not just specifically. There's a lot of other reasons people buy here. And don't do that. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No, sir, but I do want to note that Councilmember Allen has his hand raised.
He has what?
He has his hand raised.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. So I was glad that Ms. Forbes stepped up, because I did want to mention that about that area down there that you're referring to, removing that ag overlay, that there are still people down there that need that ag overlay for the lifestyle they've chosen. And that's what we keep talking about, is Grand Terrace has this lifestyle. So yeah, okay. All right, Daisy, there you go. So my point is this, that both that area down on the west side of the freeway where Ms. Forbes was talking about, down off Vista Grande, and also the area at the top of Pico where the other ag overlay is, where the avocado grove is, that area, why take it away whenever you have residents who are still using it? There are residents up on that hillside that are also using that ag overlay. So I would not be in support of removing the ag overlays for that reason. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
No, sir.
City Attorney, everything?
So for clarification, the motion second is to revise the ordinance and to take out the ag employee housing portion. Is that correct?
Well, I think maybe I should clarify my motion to state that we remove it in areas where it conflicts with existing single-family housing, because there are areas, especially, I appreciate Ms. Forbes' comments, because I wasn't thinking of that part of town, specifically along Vista Grande Way, where you have single-family homes, and it just seems like we have these maps, and I wish everyone could see these maps, because you would have much better sense of where these ag overlays are right on your homes. And the area on the east side, southeast side of Grand Terrace, that's an ag overlay. A lot of that's all completely dirt, and it's undeveloped. I know the area that Councilmember Allen referenced, it's the Avocado Grove, but that's not an area we want homes going into on a ministerial approval. So I guess, you know, in my opinion, the ag overlay needs to be revised. It probably needs a separate study session on it before an ordinance goes forward that allows this type of housing to move forward. So.
I think, Mayor, you seconded the motion?
I second to, as Councilmember Brown was saying, we have to revise and look at these different areas. Because one part of the town's not like with the other part of town. So I think you should bring the map back and look at and have a revision on this. So that's my second. Mayor Pro Tem?
And just for clarification, the overlay is for a housing element, not to remove the agricultural aspect of those who have farm animals or, you know, orchards, not to remove those, but just the housing element component, correct?
I'm actually not quite sure. Can you rephrase your question?
My question is, the zoning that we were presented with tonight is to, and it was to approve, and now with the motion on the floor, to remove the housing component related to agriculture, not to remove the agriculture from the city. Is that a correct statement?
Well, I just want to clarify, just really quick, like, you know, why this item is before you today. And it's just to implement Program 12, and that's a policy document that the city, you know, approved in 2023, saying we will fulfill. Those are, you know, basically promises that, you know, we'll say, hey, this is the policy document that, you know, that planning will implement. And that's simply my interpretation of the law and of Program 12. And so that's what here is before you today.
Correct.
So I used, you know, with the state guidance and also in conjunction with the state law to include those specific requirements, to include those specific definitions. And
but the requirement is related, and I apologize, I respectfully am interjecting. The requirement is related to housing.
Right.
If it were to be removed, it does not negate, does it change the zoning for animals and orchards, is my question.
We would probably have to look at the whole thing because it's rolled together. There's housing and animal zoning together in that.
Okay.
And one of the points, you know, Gabriel hit is in 2023, the city made a promise to the state that we will do this as part of the housing element development. So this would then break that promise to the state as well. So we would have to look at the entire ordinance, and if that's something we want to dissect, we can't do it here on the dais.
Or at least just be refined as it applies to those portions of the city?
We would have to dissect this as far as what portions, what areas, map it, look at the animal uses, because we pulled out big portions of the animal use code. We used to allow hog farms and cattle farms and stuff, and with the, you know, that we will bring back, and this is also bringing back, that allows these uses. So, but there's a housing piece in it, so we would need to dissect that, and that's not something we can do
Right.
on the dais.
Okay, so just to clarify
Real
that.
quick,
Sure.
it's zoned residential. That's just the base zoning. It is residential. And then there's an agricultural overlay that allows additional agricultural uses, like selling fruit, like from an orchard you have in the backyard, or, you know, have goats and chickens and, you know, additional, those type of uses within that overlay zone. So you could have residential primary use and then additional uses with the agricultural overlay, you know, as we discussed. And then because of we have that existing agricultural overlay, the state requires within any agricultural zone that we institute these requirements. And then we've adopted our housing element under program 12 to accept those requirements.
So one of
Thank you.
one of the dissection pieces we can look at is, can we remove the agricultural overlay? Because think of it as a residential zone with a bonus zone that lets you do extra stuff on it. Remove that, but however, bring something into the residential zone that allows these types of uses that's not directly in agricultural. So we need to disassemble this if you want to look at it differently.
Sure, and I'm just trying to better understand, and if we're looking at allowing that space for agricultural use, doesn't that negate building, I don't know, 40 units on an acre if it's zoned for agricultural use with an overlay?
It's zoned for, the underlying zoning is residential. So you have all the rights you have with that residential zone. And then there's a bonus zone that's put on top. In these specific areas, you get extra, and you get to have the agricultural goats and chickens and stuff.
That was it.
And there may be a way that we can roll this into the residential zone, and by lot sizes and other ways, and not have the agricultural zone at all. It's something, if that's the direction we want to go, we need to look at that. But as long as we have an agricultural zone, we're obligated by the state to have agricultural housing.
Yeah.
So we need to dissect this.
Thank you for the clarification.
And just to be very clear, it's my intention that we are not permitting employee housing consisting up to 12 units or 36 beds permitted next door to a single-family residence. That's why I brought this issue up. It's the same thing we're just discussed regarding high-density housing, except it's a different use type. And it doesn't fit the character of our neighborhoods.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mr. Mayor.
City Attorney?
Throw in one more shot here.
Go ahead.
It's not realistic to think that they're going to revert to active farms. So the idea that somebody's going to build a building that's got 36 bunks in it isn't realistic. And it's not any more realistic than the thought pattern that somebody's going to plop a 40-story, multifamily residential in the middle of single-family residential, and anybody's going to buy it. So it's the same kind of inconsistency. This was a check line item, I'm sure, that when they started to go through what they needed to do for compliance, they realized, oops, we've got a bunch of ag overlay and we're not in compliance because we're not allowing the manpower to have a place to live on these farms. Now, they're not farms, and they ain't going to be farms because they weren't financially feasible 25, 30, 40 years ago. And as you pointed out, Councilman Brown, this place has changed. So what we're arguing about is another checklist item. But in this case, I don't think we really have to be too concerned about it. It's just not going to revert.
City Attorney, you had something?
Yes, I would ask staff, I assume this will not be ready at the next meeting. So I would recommend that we continue it to a date uncertain. Is that? incorporate the direction from the council, and we will renotice it and bring it back. Is that correct?
Gabriel, you know the direction you're going? Any questions, just ask us. So do we have to vote on this?
Yes, just the motion is to, already stated, but to continue the public hearing to a date uncertain.
Do we have any? Matt, he wants specific direction.
I think it's already been stated for the record. I think it's already, the direction's already provided, so I'm good with what's been stated.
Look at the ag overlay and see which one falls within the parameters that needs to have the farm and ones that don't, residential areas. Alright?
And ensure there's a sufficient buffer between that area and R1, as I understand.
Okay. All right, so we need a vote?
Yes.
Roll call vote, Daisy?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
No.
Mayor Hussey?
No.
Motion failed.
So I'm going to make a supplement motion on staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember,
Go
ahead.
To be clear, is the motion to move staff's recommendation of
Yes.
adopting the ordinance? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then allow me to read the title of the ordinance. So the title of the ordinance is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Grand Terrace, California, amending Title 18 zoning of the Grand Terrace Municipal Code, including chapters 18.53 AG-1 Agricultural Overlay District, 18.56 AG-2 Agricultural Overlay District, and adding Chapter 18.58 Agricultural Employee Housing to implement Housing Element Program 12 and ensure consistency with the California Employee Housing Act, Health and Safety Code Sections 17021.5 and 17021.6. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
Yes.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, let's go ahead and get these wrestlers out of here. New business, item 17.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Christine Clayton, Finance Director. So the city received a community benefit fund application from the Grand Terrace High School Titan Wrestling Booster Club requesting $2,000. A representative from the organization is here to speak on behalf of them for you, and they have submitted a video that they would like you to see.
You can play the video. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Victor Zamora. I'm the president of the Booster Club for Grand Terrace Wrestling Club. I want you, some of our wrestlers had to leave because some of them have an AP test tomorrow, so.
I know, I'm sorry.
No. These are some of our wrestlers right here that, don't let it fool you. I know they look very innocent and respectful, but somehow I think there's something wrong in their head because, they keep coming back for sweat, tears, and pain. They keep coming back for more every day. And I wanted to use the money to expose the community to the sport of wrestling by getting a booth set up for the community events. I like to attract more people and make them aware of our program and how it has grown in the past few years. There's more involvement by parents, community members, and as well as coaches, and the school is on board. I would like to see it grow, so in the future, if we have enough people in the program, maybe we can take it up to the school district and maybe make it into bring a middle school program to the community. I mean, that's the goal, but in order for that, we gotta have enough people at that age level so we can bring that up. Let me see. Wrestling develops a strong mindset and confidence, and it lets you find out how much you can push yourself and how to deal with discomfort. It's not an easy sport by any means. You have another individual trying to impose their will onto you. We're lucky to live in a community where we can provide a good life to our kids, but due to the good life, sometimes that creates kind of like self-individuals. So we have to be able to simulate some of these adversity and obstacles to create future leaders of the community and good members of the community as well. So, do I have any wrestlers that want to say something to the council? Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. I just want to thank everyone for coming today. I want to speak about how much wrestling has helped not only myself, but the team. It has helped us with self-discipline, overcoming fears, being more confident, pushing ourselves past our limits, definitely commitment, and most importantly, knowing how to work as a team. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This will definitely help us and benefit our team a lot. Thank you so much for having us here today. Have a good night.
Anybody else? All right, well, thank you.
Well, I want to thank you for my sweatshirt. I'm going to lose some weight, get down to my 140 by this weekend. I remember those days, but I was like, I think I had to eat double rations or something. Do you guys still wear like that Glad bag trash suit and stuff to lose weight? Yeah, the time you get up there, the wrestler like, oh, please let me just pin this person down, and that's it, because I have no strength left. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't say yes to that one, but...
I know, but we still keep going.
They
Yeah,
may-
and
they-
and
they
you know what
may
usually
wait.
happens to wrestlers, right? They join the Marine Corps. So I'm just going to tell you that right now. You're not going to go in the Air Force. You're going to go in the Marine Corps. So. Anyway, but you guys are going to be there at Grand Terrace Blue Mountain Festival? Are you
Yes,
guys
we will.
walking in the parade? Because-
Not the parade. This year, we're going to be on the, just having a booth and helping all the vendors set up.
Okay, well, I need security. And I'm going to be walking in that parade, so I will wear my sweatshirt you gave me if you guys want to walk with me. Because after tonight's votes and stuff, I'm going to need security. So, we have to meet at 9:15 at Terrace View Elementary, and I'll be standing there if you guys are welcome to join me. You don't have to carry me or anything like that. I don't want to hurt you guys. But We
I'm
would
pretty
love to
sure we
have you
can make
there.
something happen.
Yeah, but thank you for everything you do, and I'll make a motion to approve the item. Do we have any public comment on
Second.
this?
No, sir.
All right. So I make a motion to approve and thank you, and do I have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and a second, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
Yes.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes, and don't pin me to the mat on out there on this thing.
Motion
Congratulations.
passes
and
unanimously.
Thank you. And Terrace View Elementary at 9:15 if you want to walk with me.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. I know we want to get to this happy item, but we'll be back here at 9:20. We only have 40 minutes to go before we have to call the meetings tonight, so. Go ahead and get going. No, we're going to keep going.
Not tomorrow morning.
We're going to keep going. I don't want to come back. All right, we're going to go ahead and go on with item 14. Informational report of J.C. Wallace Residential Care. Conrad?
Okay, there was a request for information on J.C. Wallace. 3 specific items: the CUP determination, what it would take to reopen the CUP, and what is the city doing about the occurrences there. So this is an informational only, receive and file. There's no action to be taken this evening. The history of the CUP. 1985, it was approved as a senior rest home. In 1996, it was approved as a residential care facility for the elder. Between 1996 and 2022, it went through, as far as we can tell, 9 different ownership changes, multiple changes in types of use. They were all still residential care facilities, aggregate housing, aggregate meals, supportive services throughout. The property changed hands in 2022. There was a determination that there was no intensification of use as to the change. So, what was in the 1985 condition? It was primarily infrastructure utilities, building and safety requirements, site work, some fence. There was, as far as the operational component, no real discussion at all. It was, however, in the CUP that it would be a senior-oriented facility. In 1985, it came back again. This one was even more heavily on meeting fire codes, meeting building compliance, access, roads. I think there was a block wall required as part of this, and that the facility does become state licensed and that it complies with the 1985 CUP. The 2022 findings were found that there was no physical expansion of the facility. There was no increase in the occupancy, the same occupational structure. It continues to serve the same function as the original CUP. It did allow ages of 18 to 59, so other adults. And it was substantially similar with no intensification of use. That means there's nothing added more impacts as far as size, expansion, parking, road impacts on the physical impacts on the community. So, what did the 22 review look at? It looked at the operational similarity between the 2 units, or between the 2 CUPs. They are essentially residential care facilities. It looked at whether the existing CUP remained applicable, which it did. All the physical structure pieces were still required, and whether it increased the intensification of the use. That means, was there any expansion? Was there any additional building? Were there beds added? Were there services added? Was anything changed to the physical infrastructure of the building, or what happens there? What it did not do, it did not approve a new facility. It did not expand occupancy. It did not approve any physical expansion, and it did not create any new land use entitlement. So, why was determination administrative? Because it did not approve a new CUP. There was no physical expansion. There's no increase in occupancy. And essentially, fundamentally, the different occupancy was under the same operational model. Throughout this model, they continued to provide supportive services in an aggregate care facility with congregate meals, congregate housing, and the facility was an unlocked, open access facility. So the distinguishing factors were that there was age, that it went from a senior care facility to a behavioral health status, and that it did address some protected classes when the services were looked at. So the review evaluated whether there's any demographic changes alone constituted a material operational change or land use. And it was found that the demographic change did not constitute a change in the land use. So, as we'd already discussed, operational characteristics did not change. The existing entitlement still remained applicable. The existing CUP still remained applicable. There was no new discretionary approval was required. So there was no material operational change. Existing entitlement applied, and there's no new discretionary approval because of those changes. So why is this significant? Once again, there's no physical expansion. There's no increase in occupancy. The congregate care, congregate residential, congregate meal model still continued throughout. And there was no material intensification of use. There's no expansion. There's no additional beds. There's no growth in the facility. Also, Welfare and Institutional Code 1520 comes into play here, and we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But it addresses how we handle residential care facilities that serve mental health populations. And then also fair housing laws and how they interact with the mental health and the protected disabilities. And we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But by taking all those into place, it was determined the operational characteristics of the facility did not change, and therefore was consistent with the existing CUP. So, why is it substantially similar? The existing CUP and the current use are essentially line by line similar. Both provide supportive care, both are 24-hour supervision, both are congregate housing. Both are, the only difference is that currently it is coordinated with outside service, County Department of Behavioral Health. So from a land use perspective, which the CUP is, both are functionally equivalent residential care uses. So when we look at these, they're substantially similar, and the operational intensity didn't change. We didn't add any new beds. The supervision didn't change. The staffing didn't change. There's no change in site impacts. There's no change in parking. There's no change in traffic. There was no change in the physical operation of the facility. People still lived there. People still had meals together. There was still supportive care. There was still staff interaction for the individuals there. Both of those were designed for long-term occupancy, supportive supervised housing, and it's a non-secure residential environment. It means nobody is locked in. They can come and go at their leisure under the original first two CUPs and under the current determination. So they're similar uses, and the more similar it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to determine that they are separate under land use, and where the CUP is land use. So, similar uses, they're based upon function and operational characteristics, and we've covered some of these already, is the meals, supervision, supportive care, long-term residential occupancy, similar operational intensity as far as the number of beds, the number of people there, the number of people, the traffic impacts. So it wasn't whether the residential population changed, it was whether the operational land use characteristics changed. So there's a distinction between the residential population and a distinction between the land use. So what did change? The population shifted from primarily elderly residents to a broader spectrum of age. Some residents now receive supportive behavioral health care. That was their supportive care versus supportive physical care under the senior use, but it's still supportive care. The facility became much more closely related with mental health and behavioral health as far as the resources that were provided. What did not change, though? There's no physical expansion. There's no increase in occupancy. The same congregate model continued. There was the same non-secure residential environment. People could come and go as they wanted. There's the same overall residential care function. People are there to be taken care of in a supportive environment. So what the review evaluated is the demographic change and the service changes did not change the operational land use characteristics of the facility. So why, if it's senior, why do we allow mental health use? And part of that is we have to look at state and federal law into how this plays in. So we saw earlier Welfare and Institution Code 1520. 1520 is very clear. It was enacted in 1969 that where there is congregate care facilities, supportive care facilities, you must allow mental health uses. And there's the statutory language in there that in health facilities for inpatient, outpatient psychiatric care shall be permitted in any zone where nursing homes or congregate care facilities are allowed. So we must permit mental health care any place that there is a congregate care type environment. So residential care uses are permitted similar, and therefore we must treat them the same as a healthcare use under 5120. So we cannot make a distinction between mental health and senior care if the facility is operating as a supportive care residential care facility, which it was under the first two CUPs. So what about the age restriction? Because if you remember, the first CUP did have an age restriction. The age restriction, when it started as a senior-oriented facility, it described the use then as it existed. The city looked at later reviews. They focused on whether the use itself materially changed or whether the demographic changed. And the use, once again, did not change. It's a residential care facility with all the properties that we discussed already about the supportive care, the congregate housing, and the same service framework that was in both CUPs earlier. Under senior housing law, Housing for Older Persons Act addresses 55 and 62 plus residential communities. However, those are limited to independent housing, lifestyle-based housing. It does not apply to adult residential facilities. It does not apply to residential care facilities for the elderly. And because of the behavioral health components of that, we're looking at the fair housing protections and how they apply to this. Under fair housing law and under state fair housing law, we cannot make a distinction on who is allowed to be in that location. So if somebody has a mental health issue and we discriminate against them and do not allow them in there because of mental health or an age issue, because age restriction is also protected under fair housing law, then we are in violation of fair housing law. So between 5120 and the fair housing law, we must allow the younger population. So we're back to why the determination is significant. And from a physical operational, a physical standpoint, there's no physical expansion. There's no increase in occupancy. The same congregate care structure consistently runs throughout. There was no material intensification of use. No more parking, no more access, no more driving, no expansion of any physical activity there. 5120 requires that if there is a residential care use, we must allow mental health use there. Under fair housing law, once there's mental health use there, we cannot discriminate. We must allow the mental health use. And we cannot say that mental health people cannot be there, or we're discriminating under fair housing laws. So that's what drives the argument that it is consistent with the original CUP. So the second part was the question about reopening the CUP. What is involved with that? So we have to look at enforcement versus land use issues when we're looking at the CUP. And what is poor individual conduct and what is poor individual behavior versus what is a land use issue and how that land use issue impacts. So one is a law enforcement, code enforcement, a nuisance issue. The other is a conditional use issue. The bar for revoking or reopening a CUP is very high. Excuse me one second. There must be measurable and clear violations to the CUP. They must be documented, and the safety impacts must be clearly tied to the facility and to the operation of the facility under the CUP. So any safety impact or any detrimental use must be specifically tied to the land use that's allowed, not to the population, not to who's housed there, but to the land use that's there. And if there's material operational changes, or if there's a significant intensification of the use. So we have to show that there are objective impacts tied directly to the facility itself, and that those impacts have to be overwhelming, and that they cannot be mitigated through enforcement actions or anything else that we need to actually go in and pull the CUP or adjust the CUP. So, what can we regulate? And this is an important one. We can regulate the site. We can regulate maintenance, lighting, landscaping, debris, graffiti, noise, vandalism, lighting, visibility, all the stuff that becomes the physical infrastructure of the site. We can regulate parking, traffic, loading areas, maintenance and management. We can regulate emergency access. We can regulate how they coordinate with us. So part of what we can regulate is there must be a phone number available. There must be 24-hour access if there's an issue. There must be a coordination with law enforcement or ability to do that. We can regulate that. We can't. What can't we regulate is the age of the person there under federal housing law, the protected disability under 5120, and the type of residence served under both of those. We can't regulate that. And because it's a state licensed facility, we can't regulate treatment programs, supervision tied to the care. It's an open facility. People live there at their own choosing, not by force. They're not incarcerated. Therefore, we can't enforce entry and exit restrictions. We can't enforce curfews. And we can't enforce mandatory confinement or restrictions that are not consistent with a non-secure care environment. So, what are briefly the characteristics of the facility? The residents are voluntary. They're not under custodial detention. They're not legally confined to the property. They can come and go as they need to or want to. The facility generally can't prevent residents from leaving. They can't impose lockdown positions, and they can't restrict resident movement. And they typically operate through residential supervision, supportive services. They provide case management, behavioral health coordination, and community-based care. And when I'm done, we have a group from behavioral health that can talk a little bit about what the county is doing and how that feeds into that. So there are issues, and we're taking them seriously. We recognize that the nuisance issues can be frustrating, that there may be public safety concerns from an individual nature, from individuals who are at the facility, that there may be quality of life impacts. What we're looking at is coordinating with the facility, coordinating with our law enforcement group. We've started that process. We're intensifying that. We're working on documenting reported incidents. And once again, if we want to look at the reopening the CUP, we must have a clearly verified, documented trail of this occurrence happened, these occurrences happen multiple times, they happen from multiple residents, and we can tie this back on a date and a time to the facility. And then, so we need to be able to verify those impacts. And we're working on that. And part of the tools that we have, you know, what we're doing with this is we're doing a public conduct enforcement. We've done the soliciting and panhandling regulation, code enforcement, as we heard earlier, and law enforcement is in there enforcing this. We've also enforced smoking restrictions in park and public spaces. We've enforced loitering. We've enforced the kind of irritating nuisance activity that goes on. Councilmember Sabino has been great about working with implementing the trespass authorization program through the Chamber of Commerce. There's a big tool in our toolbox to do this, which addresses loitering and trespassing on private property. And on the commercial side, we're conducting alcohol and tobacco sales compliance checks. We had an issue with some of our retailers violating alcohol and tobacco retailing laws that we've now cracked down on pretty hard on that. So we're in the process of doing that as well. But this is an ongoing process. So how are we coordinating these efforts? We are working to establish a 24-hour point of contact with facility management. We're not quite there yet, but so that our code enforcement, our law enforcement officers have 24-hour contact to get a hold of facility management, to get a hold of their security people, so that if there are issues, we can identify that individual who's causing the issues, and we can take corrective action immediately. We're trying to maintain real-time communications. The facility has security personnel. They've added, from what I understand, their process of adding another security person who will be more in an external capacity, so that they'll be able to interact with us more freely and be able to deal with the issues as they arise in a more timely manner. So we're working on a rapid response so that when there is an issue, we can get there, we can respond quickly, and so that we can address the issue immediately. And we're looking at sharing this information so that when there is somebody in the facility, out in the community as an individual causing problems, that we can share this with the operator so that they can take action internally. So they can do that in a timely manner, because there are mechanisms internally with the operator and county health that we can cycle that are people that are repeat problematic people out of the system that probably shouldn't be there to begin with. And we are coordinating on these problem areas and repeat issues so that we can cycle on those. So we're focusing on responsiveness, not on regulating the care of the residents or the activity of the residents. We're coordinating with Department of Behavioral Health. They've been very responsive. We met with them, I don't know, a month, 6 weeks ago. Since that time, they have listened to our concerns about the facility. They've been much more responsive. Not that they weren't before, but I think they had a more visceral feel for what is going on, and are being much more responsive to these individuals that are repeated issues, to work on addressing those and not having them in the facility. So what we're doing with them is we are sharing the incident patterns and locations. So the same people that are causing the same problems are over and over, that we can get them out. And we're identifying trends for repeated contacts for the same thing. The other part that this is also that we're identifying problem people that are not tied to the facility, because there are people that are just bad actors, either in the community or passing through the community, that are not tied to the facility, that tend to get wrapped up in that. And so we're trying to make that distinction so that we can also then deal with those in an appropriate way as well. With that, the reporting is the primary piece. So what we're seeing is there are many incidents and are not reported in real time, and we're not getting, and I'm not saying all, but there are many that are not reported in real time. We're getting the reports on social media, we're getting the reports here at council, we're getting the reports on people calling in the mayor or a council member or somebody else, and it delays our response. And what this delay means is that we can't Even if we have the officer to get there, we can't get there in time. We can, our sheriff's dispatch can dispatch our code enforcement officers. They can get there in time. And the biggest part of that is we can't document what the issue is. And if we're going to look at the CUP, we need documentation, a long series of documentation to support what we want to do. So we recognize that the residents are frustrated when incidents occur without a resolution, but to help us do this, we need real-time reporting. And we keep saying this, we've been saying this for a year. If you see something, say something, report it immediately. And then it gives us the tools to react to that in a timely manner. So what we need to be able to take action, verify the incidents. I think I beat timely reporting to death. We need to document the patterns of the activity, and this comes through the timely reporting. And then we need the clear connection to the site, and that we need to identify who the bad actors are, not just that there is a bad actor, because we had issues before the facility opened, and we still have issues with people that are not tied to the facility. So what we can't use for this, to carry for this burden of reporting, is social media reports, secondhand, delayed complaints, anecdotal reports. They do not give us the active evidence that we need so that we can act on this and we can create a significant trail of activities that would show it's tied to the facility and what they're doing there, not to specific individuals that are just bad actors. And that's the distinction we have to work to create. So we have gotten calls for service. Calls for service have increased since the demographic has changed. And we have in the last year, though, however, dropped that call for service significantly, and primarily through the sheriff's office and the facility handling the AWOLs and the missing persons and the people that are missing their curfew and how those are handled. A significant portion, significant isn't fair, a large portion of the calls are welfare checks, property-related incidents, and service-oriented responses within the facility. That's not to downplay that there have not been some serious incidents in the facility. But what we're seeing also is, in our reporting, is these are incidents only in the facility, and we need to be able to cast that net wider, is why we need the see something, say something. We need the community input on this. So when complaints are raised after the fact, when we can't verify or document them, when they're not reported in real time, we can't act. And the calls for service alone do not constitute a CUP violation. It comes back to the land use incompatibility and the material intensification of the use. So we want to look at a CUP action. We need to use the calls for service as a component of that, not as the overriding piece. So we can say calls for service are up, it is an impact to the community, but is not the overriding reason for the CUP violation. We need these other pieces in place. So we're enforcing the applicable laws, we're coordinating with the sheriff and county agencies, we're working with the facility operator, and frankly, we could do better on that. Both the facility operator and us can do better on that, and we're committed to doing better on that coordination. And then we're also monitoring and documenting the activity that goes on there. It's the more we get reported, the more we have to monitor. So what we're asking for the community, once again, timely reporting through the proper channels, accurate information, and not a delayed communication. So we get this stuff right away through the sheriff's dispatch, so we can get somebody out there, so we can open a call, so that there is a pattern of this activity, if there is an activity, shown clearly in the record. And this needs to happen each time there's an incident.
and not waiting until the next council meeting or to post it on social media. So this allows us with visible actions, timely responses, documented issues. Once it's documented, we can act with what we can. And then to drive the point home one more time, what we're asking for the residents is please use a non-emergency number if it's not an emergency, if you're seeing something that's inappropriate. If it is an emergency, call 911. Report the location, describe the activity, describe the time of the occurrence, describe the individual. This allows us to tie back to whether it's an individual from the facility, whether it's an individual from outside the facility. If it is somebody from the facility, it lets us tie back to, are there multiple issues, and how does the facility address this? Because once they know something's happening in the community on their side, they can address this internally through their internal operations and manage that as well. Without that information directly to them, it handcuffs them in being able to handle that internally. So this protects the community. It allows us to focus on active enforcement so that we can be out there and be actively involved in dealing with this. And until we actively deal with this, it's not going to resolve. We need to coordinate with the facility operator. We need to do better on that. We need better reporting. It needs to be, whatever we do has to be legally defensible, and it has to focus on measurable impacts, not on the population, not on the services provided, but the measurable impacts that happen on a consistent, repeating, recurring scale with large documented sets of information. And that then will preserve our ability to act if we're going to act. The first step, of course, is to coordinate, to work with the provider, to resolve these, and we're working towards that. But we're also laying the groundwork that if there is that reason to go further, that we have that groundwork in place. We're working on lawful enforcement. The city's committed to enforcement, coordination, documentation, and responding to the verified impacts. And one of the things we need to do better as well at is heightening the, I don't want to say the severity, but trying to find the right word, is heightening the urgency of our response. It's not just somebody that's walking through the parking lot doing something inappropriate. We need to, from the law enforcement, from code enforcement, so that there is an urgency to this response so that we can be there timely, so that we can get the proper information. If the community is going to let us know, we need to be there as well on the backside. So we're committed to doing that. And that, once again, it requires that objective evidence, the timely reporting, so that we can act. We can do it thoughtfully, lawfully, and with evidence-based process. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So our policies and procedures provide that the meeting concludes at 10 p.m. The city council, if the council desires, when the council members may make a motion to continue the meeting past 10 p.m. And shall specify the proposed meeting end time. And then it requires a vote of the council. So just want to provide that to the council.
Well, we have people that have been sitting here, and people want to know, they want some answers, but I'll make a motion to move past 10 p.m. deadline.
And what specific timeline at this point? It could always be extended.
11.
Second.
We don't need a public comment on this, do we?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, roll call vote?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Reluctantly, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabina?
Yes.
Mayor Hussey?
Somebody give us some Geritol, yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So, do we have any questions for Comrade or?
Before I step away, we will let our group from Behavioral Health.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from them.
Explain their piece of it, and we do not have a representative from Wallace who chose for their own reasons to not be here this evening. to discuss about what happens inside the facility. But behavioral health can discuss about the client selection or what happens.
Well, they
through
might
the
need to
process.
evaluate us while we're on the city council, so I don't. Do you guys need to evaluate us while we're on the city council?
Well, I was going to go home and get a phenobarbital drip, so it'd be a.
Well, we probably have some questions for you, okay?
Go on.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to start?
Thank you so much for being here. I know that your department, along with myself and the city manager and board supervisor Rao, had the opportunity to meet because of the number of calls that come in from residents, with some of those relating to J.C. Wallace, and our sheriff deputies were there as well for the conversation. And the precedence of the meeting was just to understand where the residents come from, how they arrive, and what determines their eligibility and their ineligibility for a place like J.C. Wallace House in the city of Grand Terrace. So please, if you could just introduce yourself and then just let us know kind of that process.
Thank you. So I'm Dr. Joshua Taylor. I'm the Deputy Director for the Department of Behavioral Health, and I oversee the 24-hour and specialty services division within the department.
I apologize. Can you speak louder?
Yeah,
I'm so
sorry.
It's a long night. I'm so
It's
sorry.
a long night. Let me start over. So I'm Dr. Joshua Taylor. I'm the Deputy Director for Department of Behavioral Health, and I oversee the contract that J.C. Wallace falls under. And so, in general, as the contractor, we're contracting for services with J.C. Wallace to provide a level of care for folks that could be coming out of a hospital, that could be, they're generally referred by a psychiatrist that completes an evaluation that determines that level of care. And then that evaluation goes to both the Department of Behavioral Health and J.C. Wallace to really evaluate whether or not that individual is a good fit for this level of care. Again, as they mentioned, it's a voluntary level of care, so the residents have to agree to want to be there. It's an unlocked facility. And then once they're there, they're provided a wide range of services to help them stabilize and return to home, return to, independent living. And sometimes they need to return to a higher level of care, so they may go back into the hospital. And so that's in general what we're contracting for with J.C. Wallace.
Thank you. And it was mentioned in the report that, again, that it's voluntary, it's not custodial. And I've been inside J.C. Wallace to meet with the director there. One, she's been great to, if I bring forward something to say, is this one of your residents? If so, that between your department and JC, I know that they've been working to expedite removal of those who have caused, whether it's disturbances or not following the law in the community. But for those who are there, what percentage would you say are under conservatorship? And typically, is that family? Is it under the county?
I don't have an exact percentage of how many folks would be under conservatorship. We could get that back to you.
Okay. And anytime someone makes a report to sheriffs, what is the process for communicating? Are they connecting with y'all regarding, an incident that they have specifically related to a resident there?
I can't speak to the sheriff's department and their processes for sending us information when they get calls.
Okay. Do you guys serve in the same capacity as a social worker for them?
So the care team is a multidisciplinary team, so it could be social workers, mental health specialists, peer and family advocates, so it's a wide range of clinical folks that are on site almost daily to assist in programming and checking in with residents.
Thank you. And again, just because the residents weren't in the meeting, and so I just want to make sure that they understand as well as what that process looks like, as well as what disqualifies someone. What is the criteria for removal from one of these residential facilities?
So it really depends on the nature of the incident. You know, folks that are there have rights, you know, and so if it's sort of an egregious type of an incident, the removal could take a very short amount of time.
Sure.
In general, incidents are going to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and then there's usually a 30-day process by which we go through to remove a resident.
Okay. What about physically assaulting someone, whether in the community or in the residential facility? Would that disqualify someone from being removed?
Again, you know, it's sort of difficult with, you know, all of the, just that as a initial, you know, what was the type of the assault, the nature of it, were they?
Punching a 77-year-old man.
Right, yeah, and we're aware of that situation, and that individual was removed from the facility.
So, and again, it's just for general knowledge, for those who are aware of the situation but unsure of what those type of results look like. And to better understand that you guys are not only aware, but I think after our meeting that, and I know J.C. Wallace has said that they've received greater support, and that working relationship has been better for them. So physical assaults of that sort are things that qualify for removal. I think that is all for right now. So I digress. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Is Councilmember Allen, was he raising his hand, Daisy?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would like to ask, in the report, it stated that there was 24-hour supervision, but that they could come and go as they pleased. So why are they being supervised? Why, you know, and who supervises them when they leave? If they're free to leave when they want, to come and go as they please, then why is the sheriff being called every night at 10 o'clock for all the ones who don't show up? And filing missing persons reports. So those are some of the, they almost sound like contradictions to me, but that's, you know, I'd like clarification on those. Thanks.
Sure. I'll let Dr. Belford answer some of the
I'm going to go ahead and, hello, Councilmember Allen. Nice to see you, sir. I'm Dr. Alice Belford Saldana. I'm the Deputy Director over our Adult Justice Programs and our Homeless and Supportive Services for the Department of Behavioral Health. To answer your question, Council Member, the 24-hour supervision speaks specifically to the perimeters of the facility. So individuals who are living at the facility are supervised in the facility and the grounds of the facility at all times. The level of supervision could be what they would consider similar to a social worker or a case manager is present on site to assist that individual in movement about the facility or redirecting them if they happen to go down the wrong hallway or something to that effect. The other question you asked, let's see, why are they allowed to then go out without supervision? Because technically they're residents of that facility. They have rights as residents, and any resident would, living as Grand Terrace individuals. So they're not monitored when they leave the facility, but they are certainly tracked. So they sign in, they sign out. In terms of why law enforcement is called after a certain curfew time is because generally speaking, if an individual is conserved or they're under conservatorship and they don't return by a certain number of hours that they were required to return, then there is a report that needs to be made. Also, I wanted to add, Mayor Pro Tem Sabino, to your question around reports of incidents. While we may not get direct reports from the sheriff, we absolutely get incident reports that are formalized from the facility, and we track trends. We do meet regularly with facility staff and case management team meetings to discuss those individuals who may be problematic, having challenges, and we really try to intervene as best we can to be able to come up with interventions, plans for their service that would keep them directed into being a good resident and learning how to live independently, what that means to be a good neighbor, and all the things associated with being successful as an independent living individual. I'm not sure if I answered all your questions, Councilmember Allen.
Yes, in fact, you did. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Brown, you have a question? Councilmember Wilson?
What is, I realize there's a whole issue of rights and all that good stuff, and I really don't want to delve into it any more than to know that the patients there are voluntary and that they basically have the same rights as you and I do out here in an unsupervised capacity. My question would revolve around the idea that if they're being cared for and they're being cared for properly, why isn't there some kind of a law that addresses that extended care? Because recognizing the fact that the folks that are patients there, functionally, they're patients. And with all the rights in the world, I wouldn't let my 97-year-old grandmother walk out into the street without holding her hand. So how does that all work? I mean, it sounds like somehow this all got gobbled up in an attorney fight, and everybody got their hands slapped. How do you guys operate under those kinds of circumstances?
So that's an excellent question, and as a clinical provider, it really is an hour's length of sort of going through the history of the mental health laws and the welfare and institution codes and sort of the things that govern care. So the short of it is there are laws that we adhere to when someone is so gravely disabled that they can't care for themselves. And there's criteria that has to be met, and if they meet that criteria, then for us as providers, for law enforcement, those mechanisms then allow us to remove them into care against their will. But outside of those sort of narrow circumstances, it is very difficult to take someone against their will and put them someplace they don't want to go.
I agree.
And just to add, Councilmember Wilson, we as a department are very committed in working with the city, working with the operators, and making sure that we're doing what we can to be supportive of, avoidance of issues as they arise. So we do meet regularly with the operator. At the beginning of all this, Comrade was there and was really drilling down on what that program was going to look like, to assure that the department was involved in overseeing those contracts and making sure that we were adhering to what our role was as a county in oversight of those contracts. Equally, to date, we have put some things into place to try to be proactive. We do have units. I don't know if you see our cars are up here quite frequently. I come up here mostly because I like the food at the restaurants, but to assure that what's happening and being reported in parking lots, also I'm able to see for my own eyes and, if necessary, report back to the facility and try to be supportive in that way. I think my hope would be, and I think Dr. Taylor as well, is that over the last few weeks, we've tried to be very visible and working with the community and assuring that we're present also to be holding the operators to their role as well as our department. So, and I know Dr. Taylor also has some resources so that some reporting could happen when you all need to get a hold of us or someone in the community as well.
Yeah, one of the things that I brought is we've got some flyers for the council and the community we have a 24/7 line for all of our crisis response. And our goal is to respond within an hour anywhere in San Bernardino County. And so one of the benefits of that is it does track sort of our responses and trends. And so we certainly encourage folks, if there is a mental health crisis that they see, or even if themselves are experiencing, we encourage folks to call our crisis response team so that we can respond.
I appreciate your service, and I appreciate what we're trying to do here. At the same time, I recognize the fact that there's limits. There's no doubt. You guys have got your hands tied. Everybody's got their hands tied, and it makes it really interesting. So let's hope people get better.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Humor me for just a moment. So I've received numerous calls, and like you, I've run into your cars out in the community. I'm a homeschool mom, and so I'm constantly taking my child to different enrichment classes and such, and so I'm through the city often. And while we're doing that, I let her know, we're going to go we're going to go do a lap through the business corridor. And there's kind of those spots where people tend to congregate in certain areas. And so I have engaged people just, can I help you? Is there anything you need? Is always the first question, because I understand we do have a mental health facility in the city, and I know that we've had people who've had a mental health crises in public spaces. So always, is there something you need, or are we okay? And all that with my collaboration with sheriffs and in speaking often with J.C. Wallace House of learning that not everyone has come from there. Some are residents from this city itself, or have wandered in as unhoused people from High Grove. However, all that to say is when I've met with JC and when I've met with your department, as a speech therapist, I developed the speech programs for 2 ABA companies in Orange County, and I continue to consult in that capacity. Do we have programs available? I understand they're independent, but being able to reintegrate back into the community, I feel like maybe there's a gap there of they're out in the community but not successfully engaging because we're missing that component of not necessarily having a one-to-one, but if you're in a grocery store or you're in a restaurant, here are things to expect and setting those expectations, but also when you become overstimulated, these are ways to mitigate and manage your behaviors in a public space. Do we have, I don't see anyone ever out with them in the community here. Is there somewhere that is being practiced? Because time and time again, the concerns are, someone's panhandling, and it's not just asking for money. It's, locking them in the car and not allowing them to get out because of their persistence and inability to digress. So what do those programs exist?
So we're committed to being good partners. We contract with J.C. Wallace, and so I think we can certainly help facilitate some conversations with J.C. Wallace and the city on the types of programming that they have so that it's more clear the levels of service and what they're doing.
Sure, and I just feel if there are some gaps where they can receive that support, I'm always happy to have dialogue because it would help them, it would help the community, and it would move them towards that space of greater independence and being able to reintegrate rather than kind of that internal neurological shock that they get
Yeah, I think one of the benefits of the partnership with DBH is we're able to help evaluate if they need a higher level of care. If there are other levels of services within DBH that we can help them access within our outpatient system or some of our other programmings, that's the benefit of that partnership, is we can help make that happen.
Thank you, doctors, for being here tonight. You know, my daughter-in-law, she's a doctor in child psychiatry, so she's trying to take care of the people while they're still young. And I know it can be, you know, you guys, you want to help them. You know, you want them to be successful in society and go back. And I know that we inherit this facility. But my thing is, you know, and like the Mayor Pro Tem said, you know, like panhandlers. You know, some people, they do get aggressive. But my thing is, I think out of 9 or 10 people, I met one that was from the Wallace House. And I waited for him to ask me, and I knew he was going to ask me for money. It's unfortunate some people gave him a nickname in this town. Now he's mentally unstable, of course. But when I talked to him, I asked, "Are you from the Wallace House?" And he said, "Yes." I go, "Do they feed you and take care of you?" And he said, "Yes." I go, "Why don't you go back?" And he said, "Yes, sir." But when I was looking at him, because also I worked in the prison for 26 years, so I dealt with mental, incapable inmates, but he was dirty, you know, like a homeless dirty. Now, my thought process is, well, the taxpayers are paying good money to get him the proper treatment. Why is he walking out being dirty? And this is early in the morning. So why is he leaving that facility looking like a homeless person? What kind of mental care can this individual get by his standards looking like that? So I was concerned, and I did tell him, I go, "You need to go back and take a shower." He goes, "Yes." Like I said, the Wallace House gets blamed, their residents get blamed. Why don't the residents, the patients there, have some type of uniform? One, to help identify so our liquor stores or something don't, you know, sell them, you know, be out of guidelines. Are they allowed to drink in that facility?
There's no alcohol allowed.
Yeah. If they get caught with alcohol in their breath, do you guys breathalyze them?
Again, we're just the contract provider, and so.
I know you are, but is there guides and rules and
Yes.
for that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, I'm not saying a full-fledged uniform. You know, a T-shirt, some kind of lanyard, something to help identify them. So they're not getting blamed for everything, too. Because if you ask a homeless person, "Where are you from?" and you say, "Are you from the Wallace House?" most likely they're going to say yes. So I'm looking at that thing. And what are the curfew hours there? Do you know that?
I don't know the set times off the top of my head, but we can certainly get that to you.
Okay. And as far as panhandling, my thing is, if they could panhandle and beg for money, why are they getting treatment? You know, apparently they know what they're doing. Is the treatment going to help them? I don't think so. So let's go back a step back to security. I know they could come in and out, and I know we talked about it, but why can't the county, you know, I like to have them put a sheriff in there and I get a free sheriff out of the deal, but I don't think that's going to happen. But why can't the county tell them to provide, and I know Conrad talked about extra security, so they at least go through our city, and if these people are acting up, that we could take care of them. Is that going to be implemented? You know, are they going to have extra security, a roving security?
Well, the security is intended for on the site. So the elements of what we contract for wouldn't include something beyond the footprint of the site.
So that can't be included in a contract? One, to protect the Wallace residents, and two, to make sure that the residents here. Because I'm like, who's going to go, once they're unsupervised and they go out there, I don't want Grocery Outlet or Stater Brothers to help them fix their mental illness, I want to know, do they need to be loitering in front of there when there's a sign saying no loitering? And they can't comprehend the no loitering sign, and I can't get the manager from the stores to go out there and say, hey, get out of here. Why can't Wallace House or County Health have some kind of supervision added on to go and cruise our neighborhoods or cruise our, shopping centers and say, hey, we need to get back, or you can't do that?
Well, I think that's a good question and something that we can certainly take back to our leadership and have a conversation around.
Well, like I said, I don't want them to be, the Wallace residents be victims, and I don't want victims. And we can't take away their freedom for going to parks. It's a public park. But we can't also, we can't put other people at risk too, just like when we had the 77-year-old man getting assaulted when the liquor store clerk asked him to stay in there because she was afraid of one of the Wallace House residents acting up and out of character, and he fell through the cracks, and he should have been at a higher security. Which brings me to that question: where do you do the evaluations, and how do you determine that they should be in high security, and how did that guy get through the cracks and him being in the lower facility?
Well, any sort of evaluation on placement would be done at the facility, and the determination would be made whether they needed a higher level of care, and if that was the case, they would be transported to a higher level of care. I can't speak to that incident. I wasn't involved in that incident with that gentleman.
Okay. So you can't speak for it, but when you say you wait for the sheriff, so I can't believe I got called in South Carolina about this incident because this individual was running around town for 10 days. Now, you can't tell me he didn't go around talking about around the Wallace House or something. Something happened where something fell through the crack. Not blaming you, but I'm just saying, where's the protocols for this? And I think a big protocol would be a security driving around the county supply. I know Wallace House contracts limit to this. They're pretty much just going to be housing, shelter, and whatever programs you have. But the county, as taxpayers' dollars, I'm speaking as a taxpayer now too, I want to make sure my taxpayers' dollars are going to make sure that individual is taken care of, and that individual where he's at, that area is safe. So why can't we do something like that? Now, like I said, I would love to have a sheriff there when they're, at least 12 hours a day. That would be the best security I could have. But, it's a county-run program. The county sheriffs, do you guys stay at Arrowhead Regional Hospital?
Arrowhead Medical Center is covered by Colton Police Department, but we do contract with the West Valley Detention Center. There's deputies that are assigned there full-time, but they're inmates that are admitted to the jail.
Okay. And you're also at Loma Linda Medical Center?
Yes, Loma Linda Medical Center contracts with us for a deputy 24 hours a day.
Now, and I know the VA has their own police because I actually had one individual that tried to jump in front of my car at Loma Linda who needed medical help. So what can we do? That's why I want you guys to brainstorm when you go back, and what can we do to make sure the residents are safe, make sure the residents of Wallace House are safe? Can we do a uniform implementation or a lanyard? Do we have certain curfews so people, so they don't get blamed, coming to their porch and stuff? And and for panhandling, and also make sure that these residents that live there have the proper hygiene is enforced. I mean, is there a caregiver, is there a counselor there 24/7 with them?
Yeah, there's staff on site 24/7.
So staff on site see somebody that's dirty and looks like a homeless person, when that staff on site to help them with their mental faculties, tell him to take a shower? Or is that against the law too?
Actually, Mayor, it is I say this respectfully, it's an aspirational move. We're teaching people how to live really independently. So for some of our folks, it may be that a shower is not normal every day like it would be for you and I. We have to teach them that body odor is a problem. We have to teach them that other people can smell them. So it is something that's built into the programming. It's called and I think you know this, working in the prisons, we work on their ADLs. It's something we talk to them about. We document pretty regularly to get them to achieve that. And then there's reward systems along the way that will help encourage that as an ongoing process. So it is not something we can force. We can't force a shower any more than I can force my elderly mom to take a shower. And if she's listening to me, I don't think she is, it's too late. But, you know, they're equal. And I would say it's not a law, it's a right that we can't force people to do things outside of their will. But we do know that we have to teach and encourage them because the goal is to ultimately get them to be better partners, individuals living in communities where they can be tolerated.
Well, when they check in, don't you guys have like an SOP that they have to sign, a standard operating, saying, hey, you're checking yourself in the facility, correct?
There is a process that they sign.
And on that process will say, if you get caught panhandling out in public, you know, you could be eliminated from the thing. You will maintain a daily hygiene, you know, for yourself and for the facility to, you know, for diseases and to make sure that helps with mental health. And you will, you know, wear clean clothes or a uniform shirt, little things like that for their mental health.
There's absolutely aspirational goals for them that each of them have that address many of the things that you mentioned. But I will say a shirt identifying them or a uniform in public is likely not going to occur, as that would be against their rights. And I understand the challenge, believe me, but it would also put them at risk in the community if they were walking around with a shirt on that said J.C. Wallace resident. So it goes, you know, safety.
Well, I know that was just a suggestion, and I know you can't, but you know, but something to help them so they're not getting blamed for everything. Yeah. And they are, you know, they could be a victim too.
Yeah.
You know, and they are, and unfortunately too, we do have some residents in this city that aren't the best residents, and I don't want them to get tied up with those residents and do something wrong.
Sure.
And that's a big issue too, because this town's, you know, 3 square miles.
Yeah.
I walk it every day. I can walk, you know, backwards and stuff, and you know what's going on, and you see what's going on, and you know, where the houses are, the drug houses. You know where this is going. You know families and stuff. So, yes, this place went into a little jewel of our city. If it was in some other bigger city, we probably wouldn't be here right now, and we know that. So, what can we do to make sure the residents of Grand Terrace, quality of life doesn't go down, and the patients and residents of Wallace House get the proper treatment and their quality of life is brought up?
And I think to your point, Mayor, I think this is going to be something that we need to brainstorm a bit about. Maybe take up Pro Tem Mayor's offer to also have some conversations. It sounds like you equally have some expertise in some of these areas, and to really give you back the information in a way that is clear and understandable. I do know that in the meeting there were some items addressed that talk specifically about schedules in the facility. You know, we know idle time is bad time. So we try to have programs that, if not on site, that are off site, that keep these individuals busy, that teach them the life skills you've brought up, but some assurance around that. I do know there was an incident that happened by the liquor store, and the security actually did pull up on that and redirected those individuals back to the facility. So there is some of that happening with security at the facility, and I think your request is, where else is it? And that's where our department does have rotations and folks driving around as well to try to support that.
We, you know, like we said, we had, I think, Conrad, you said we had someone volunteer for Earth Day and help
Yeah.
clean up.
Yeah, I saw that.
And they get involved. I mean, and that's the thing too, because there is fear of the unknown.
Yeah.
But like I said, we want to bring their quality of life up, and we want to maintain our quality of life, and we need that equal balance on both of that. So,
Well, and just to add to, the other thing is when you consider a population size, there may be one or two that are challenging seeds, and we need to address those challenges so that it doesn't overshadow the bigger group, which is actually extremely successful and doing very well in advancing their independence and life skills. So to your points, all of you, is really looking at those that are problematic versus the bigger picture, which is actually doing very, very well.
well, yeah, and like I said, I love to see not being 10 days before we take care of a person. They had to call me in South Carolina to get it done, and finding out that he wasn't, identified until 4 days later. But I already talked to the sheriffs about that. But I'm sure one of his buddies in there knew something, and, loose lips sink ships and stuff. So we have to make sure that we are doing everything in the world possible that nobody gets hurt, and especially a resident protecting somebody else that got suckered. But we just need that insurance, and we need to make sure the checks and balances are done when they're getting evaluated, and this never, ever happens again. Now, I know it's a big guarantee, but if we don't cut corners, we could do it. And you guys are the experts, doctor. I know you guys have been through a lot of schooling, and you identify this and stuff. And, these people are checking themselves in. It's for help. But we just got to make sure I don't have victims in our city because something,
Understood, sir.
So Mayor Pro Tem, you have one last thing you want to say? Did you have something? No. Okay, so we have to have a public comment. Do we have any public comment, Daisy?
Are there any further questions? I did want to clarify that there were about a dozen Wallace residents involved in the Earth Day cleanup, and they've also have a booth and are involved in the Community Day event. So they are integrated. They were at Trunk or Treat. So there are a group of the residents that are integrated, involved in city activities, and out there. And I think that's an important part of the health and what did you call it? The aspirational efforts that they do become integrated into the community and function in the community. I think we're successful in that component.
Well, education's a big part with the residents. And do they have a booth? I remember they were there for the Trunk or Treat one time. I don't know if they have a booth.
They're Trunk or Treat. They're doing a booth at the Blue Mountain Festival. So.
Okay. So, do we have any public comment, Daisy?
Yes, Jennifer Parker.
I think she's gone.
She probably left. We also have Bobby Forbes.
Oh, I know, Bobby. Why don't you just stay right there by the mic so you don't have to walk that far? Well, she wasn't crippled.
So I will say I know Dr. Alice for a long time. She's lived in Grand Terrace, so she cares about our community. And it's cool that she comes here to eat too and spends money. We should all thank her for that. So here's my questions. You may or may not be able to answer, and some of them you already know. I'd like to know if they do drug tests. I'd like to know if they do alcohol tests. Are any of them registered pedophiles or sex offenders? If so, how many? I look on the registry and I only see 5 in Grand Terrace. I don't see any with that address. What services are there being done to help them in-house? And you just explained some of that, but I had already written it down. So here's what I deal with, my friends deal with. Watching drug deals, public urination, vandalizing, trespassing, panhandling, stalking, lewd comments to the kids near the school and along Barton Road when they're walking home, the attack to the gentleman, intimidation of the women. These are mostly women friends of mine reporting to me that these things are happening. They're following them in the stores. They're following them on the street. I no longer get out of my car if I can't park right smack in front of the store. because they're lined up. And I see the same ones often. The one gentleman that maybe the mayor is talking about, he swings his arm all the time. I didn't see him for a while because I was out of commission. The first day I was driving, I saw him again. They have spread out. They're doing Michigan. They're going to Carhart. They're going to the park across from the middle school now on a regular basis. They're going farther and farther. Mr. Pope had someone on his front porch last week at night, a woman. She said she was from J.C. Wallace. I doubt that she was because she was at the middle school the next morning. She's been seen multiple places. I don't know what the sheriff's department has done with her. I am afraid, and I've never been afraid of anything in the 40 years that I've lived in Grand Terrace. I'm very careful of where I go. I listen to my friends. They message me. I message Michelle. I message Matt Brown. I don't message Doug very often. I interact with the mayor. This is a problem for our community. I'm glad it's finally come up because we've only been asking for a year and a half. And I would imagine that we're stuck with them. But they need to do better. Our community deserves better. The crime is up. The police are their time is being used. We can't seem to get another sheriff. I wasn't at the budget meeting, so I don't know what happened there tonight. But this is not okay.
No other comments, sir.
Well, Bobby, on the budget meeting, the sheriff department went up $500,000, so. You want to answer some of those questions? Do they do drug tests? Do they do alcohol checks? Are there any pedophiles?
So there are no registered sex offenders in the facility. Also, what I've been informed of is that it's prohibited under the CUP. There is drug testing that's part of the programming. That would be part of the drug testing. There's visible signs of it, smell. That would be a violation of the rules.
All right. Well, let me just reemphasize, that's why I said about the uniform stuff. But when you're saying you're afraid to go somewhere and shop, homeless area, we have the riverbed, we have the railroad tracks. They're walking up Mount Vernon now, they never used to do that. They're walking up Washington, they never used to do that. They're walking from High Grove, they never used to do that. So we're getting inundated. So what's going to happen, this is easy pickings for them. They only see one sheriff, so this is easy pickings. You guys are getting blamed for a lot of stuff, and I'm not, and I know it's not because I investigate and I research it. It's like at Mr. Pope's house. I spent all day Saturday to find out where this lady is from, and she is from Colton. She was a known druggie from Colton. But what's the first thing that comes out of everybody's mouth? The Wallace House. So yeah, they're getting a bad rap, but we need to make sure that you guys do the proper stuff for that, so they don't get that bad rap. Now, homeless has really gone up. I mean, this is a state issue. We're the largest homeless in the United States. So yeah, when people get afraid, but you tell them no. And when they do that, you don't post a whole page on Facebook, you call 911. I don't know why people are afraid to call 911. And it's just, yeah, so that answer, Bobby, does that answer your questions? Did that answer your question about the drug test, no sex offenders? All right. Okay. Any other public comment, Daisy?
No, sir.
We'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to council for anything. This is a receive and file. Does the council members have any other questions? None? City Attorney, you have anything to add?
I do not.
Okay, so this is receive and file only?
Receive and file, yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you guys for coming out all night, and hopefully we get some, move forward on this and we take care of some of these issues to give our residents a peace of mind. All right?
I do want to make one brief comment. You brought up about the homeless. We have been very, very aggressive about homelessness in Grand Terrace. And we drive to San Bernardino, drive to Colton, drive to Redlands, drive to Riverside. You see a world of difference in what you see in Grand Terrace. So as these homeless kind of move out and get pushed out of those facilities, we will continue to be very, very aggressive with getting them repatriated back to where they belong and set
I
up
mean,
shop here in
I'm
the city.
seeing pictures, did they take over Mr. TV? Because I'm seeing pictures that they're all over Mr. TV's video and,
That's not what
and
we're
on,
talking
and on
about
the
right
thing,
now.
because that's the problem. People are thinking those pictures are real, and it's AI generated.
There's
I get
no-
calls all the time. Are those really homeless people living at Mr. TV?
Mr. TV is boarded up and empty and has, there
But
was
this is
one,
what we're getting.
one
believe that's
person
another agenda
about
item.
9 months ago broke a window and was in there for a few
Well, when
hours.
people post stuff, people think everything's on there. And I'm getting a call, why is there homeless people living at Mr. TV? Why are they all over the street on
I'm
Dewberry?
sorry, I think that's another agenda item, and
Well, Michelle,
we're
I'm talking.
carrying on.
So this is what I'm going to say. Now, you had a question? You want to, you keep raising your hand?
Yeah, we're talking about social media and such, and I would like to move the item forward. I think
It's-
that we have talked long enough and asked the questions, and now we've deviated into another space. And so I'd like to call for the motion.
There's no motions, receive and file.
So
Then let's
thank-
receive and file, please.
Thank you. I've
All right.
delivered, you've received. Thank you.
So, item 15, select a site for new pickleball courts.
Do we want to have a second on the motion? To
Just receive and file.
Yeah, okay. You want to, that's fine.
No, I'm not Michelle.
Okay, there you go. Hello, Council. Again, Natalie with the City Manager's Department. I'm going to be presenting the selection of a new site for the pickleball courts. So, this presentation supports the 2030 Vision Goal number 4, development and implement successful partnerships. Background, currently the city has one pickleball court located at Fitness Park. This is a dual court. It was originally a tennis court and has now been to function as a tennis court and a pickleball court. Due to the high growing popularity of pickleball court, increasing community interest and council requests, staff evaluated additional locations for potential new pickleball courts at Veterans Freedom Park, Peta Park, and Fitness Park. Each site presents a different balance cost, capacity, and site condition. For Veterans Freedom Park, this allows for the conversion of an existing basketball court in a central high-use location with adequate parking, though increased activity may result in higher maintenance needs and facility wears. A basic shared use option is estimated at approximately $16,000 to $25,000. The next option here is Susan Peta Park. Peta Park offers a strong location near senior housing with adequate parking and compatible with our recreational use, but requires full construction and a higher cost while only accommodating 2 courts. Construction at Peta Park is estimated at approximately $150,000. Next up is Fitness Park. Fitness Park provides the most cost-effective and quick option by converting an existing tennis court / pickleball court into a 4 pickleball court. However, parking is limited and court spacing is more constrained. Improvements at Fitness Park are estimated at approximately $16,500. And the fiscal impact, this project cost varies depending on location. It ranges about $16,500 to it's been a long day. $150,000 funding source to be determined based on council's direction. And that's it for the presentation if you have any questions.
Did you say $150,000?
Yes, that one's for Peta Park, so it just ranged based on the location, since it'll be a new construction. And I could go back to that. Susan Peta Park.
Does council have any questions? Mayor Brown? Is your
No
project-
questions, but do we want to take public comment on this item?
Any public comment?
Question, I have my hand up.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Allen.
So here's my question. We know that the land that Petta Park is on was donated by the Petta family. And so I wonder, has anybody from the staff checked that there were any stipulations put into that donation like they were with the other land that we got, where the Petta family directed that the land was to be used for a specific purpose, so that we don't violate those wishes on the land that was granted to us. And how do we know that the demand for a pickleball court in Grand Terrace is so high that we need to have more than what we've already got, the one that we have? Have we done a survey? Have we had a bunch of pickleball players come and tell us they need, I mean, how do we know this? So those are my two questions, okay? The PETA grant or the PETA donation to us, and how do we know that we need another pickleball court?
Is that still going?
That's all.
Okay.
So
I think that, and then
for the PETA, the answer on the PETA park is, these are conceptual right now. There's still hair on these dogs. And so we would have to dig into whether or not it's, once council gives us direction, we have to dig into the use and the allowability of that. We'd have to probably look at how it's used and who has access to it in that specific site. And no, we have not done a survey. However, it's 11 o'clock at night and there's people sitting here with pickleball rackets. So I assume there's at least a handful of demand for it. But we have not done a survey to see how large that demand is. We're responding to a future item request.
Okay, I understand, but you understand what my concern is with the land donation and if anything was put in the original grant, the donation by the Petta family for the use of the land.
Correct, and if we get direction to head that
Or to
route-
restrict its use from other things, like any kind of constructions or anything like that.
Correct, and if we get direction to explore that avenue, then that's part of what we will explore.
It'd be good to find that out ahead of time so you don't waste time exploring. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions, staff? No? Any public comment, Daisy?
Yes, sir. I'm going to begin with the email comment submitted by David Mejia, and it states, Honorable Mayor Hussey and members of City Council, my name is David. I am a resident of Grand Terrace, and I am writing to formally advocate for the addition of dedicated pickleball courts within our city's park system to meet the surging demand for this multi-generational sport. Specifically, the city convert one of the two existing basketball courts at Veterans Freedom Park into 4 dedicated pickleball courts. Veterans Freedom Park is an ideal location for this enhancement because space efficiency, a single standard basketball court can be converted into 4 pickleball courts, quadrupling the number of residents who can stay active in the same square footage. Second bullet point, the park already features essential amenities such as 24-hour video surveillance, ample parking, and existing restrooms, which would support the increased usage. Third bullet point, community health. Pickleball is exceptionally popular among our senior population and youth alike. Providing these courts would offer a low-cost, high-impact way to promote physical health and social connection in a safe central environment. As pickleball continues to grow, many Grand Terrace residents are forced to travel to surrounding cities to find playable courts. By repurposing one court at Veterans Freedom Park, we can provide a much-needed local facility while maintaining the park's vibrant athletic spirit. Thank you for your dedication to improving the quality of life for all Grand Terrace residents. Sincerely, David Mejia. And then I have a public comment card submitted by Brian Hegard.
Mayor, Council, thank you for this opportunity. So to answer your question, Jeff, we have some private courts that are over at Azure Hills, and we currently have about 80 to 85 rostered players. More than half of those players are from Grand Terrace. So it's private courts, only open on Sundays and Tuesdays. Most of us play much more than that, and obviously it's private. So what that means is people are traveling, and we're going to Redlands, who've invested in this. We go to Highland, we go to Riverside, we go to San Bernardino. All of the local cities are investing in these, and the investment is really low impact, and it's a high dividend if you really consider that you're basically taking a footprint of a tennis court in which you can get 2 to 4 players max, and you are maximizing it by putting 16 players. So that's 16 community players. And again, it is multi-generational. So I'm going to read through this statement real quick because I'm kind of just going through it. But so I'm here tonight to respectfully request that the council consider moving forward with the development of 4 new public pickleball courts. More specifically, I'd ask that the city consider converting the underutilized basketball courts at Veterans Park and turn those into dedicated pickleball courts. This location already has much of the necessary infrastructure in place: lights, parking, restrooms, drinking fountains, etc., making it practical and cost-effective, as you already mentioned. Additionally, alternatively, the tennis courts over here at Fitness Park can be converted, and that would be a good alternative. Man, this time's clicking. So while neighboring cities are continue to invest in modern recreational facilities to meet the rapidly growing demand for pickleball, many of our residents are forced, as I said, to leave the community each week to find places to play. Families and players regularly travel to cities such as Redlands, San Bernardino, et cetera. When residents leave town for recreation, we lose more than just court usage. We lose opportunities for local engagement, community interaction, and the economic activity that is generated when residents spend their time and their money here in Grand Terrace. We like that, right? So developing these first 4 courts would demonstrate that our city values public health, wellness, and community connection. It would also show a willingness to invest in recreational opportunities that reflect evolving interests and needs of today's residents. Pickleball has become the fastest growing sport in the country because it is uniquely accessible to people of all ages and skill sets. It is affordable, low impact, highly sociable, easy to learn. Few recreational activities bring together teenagers, working adults, and senior citizens all on the same court on an equal playing field that we can meet and have fun. Beyond the physical health benefits, pickleball strengthens communities and encourages social interaction, reduces isolation, and creates meaningful intergenerational connections that are increasingly valuable in today's world. So, speed reader here. Anyways, I respectfully ask that you would consider moving this forward. And additionally, we have a lot of skilled volunteers who are more than willing to help, put in some of the work to get this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, I have Ethlyn Obi.
She left.
Thank you. And now Bobby Forbes.
Hi, I'm not athletic, but I live near the fitness park, and for 10 years I closed that fitness park and rarely saw anybody use that tennis court. Now I see people letting their kids run around in it, the dogs. Occasionally I've just started seeing people with, I think they're playing pickleball since they've changed it a little bit. That seems to be the most cost-effective to get it started. Go for it. Please, there's great parking. I think Ann Petta would roll over in her grave if you're going to change that Petta Park, and that's the most expensive option that you have. Parking is terrible on Grand Terrace Road. It's busy with the schools. People are going to get hurt. The cops are going to be out there writing tickets, and it's going to infringe upon the traffic or the parking at the senior center and the facility where the people live. It's hard to get parking in there now when we just go for lunch occasionally. Don't pick that place. I think the fitness park would be a great place to start. I don't play, but I have a lot of friends that do, and I get messages all the time, Bobby, when can the city do something? And I think I brought it up a month or 2 or 3 ago about changing the fitness park tennis court over. So I think this is great, and at least you all hung in there tonight. Thank you for doing that.
All right, no other comments.
Other comments? City Attorney, we're past 11.
Yes. I was speaking with the city manager. What we're recommending is maybe finish up this item and then also finish up item 16 regarding the formalization of the public works standard plans. I'm told by staff that should only take a few short minutes. And then item 18, which is my item, the SB 707 policy, that just needs to be adopted by July. So I'm recommending we bring that one back at a future meeting.
All right, you need a motion?
Motion maybe for at latest 11:30, I would suggest, but we probably finish earlier, maybe 11:15.
I move that we extend the meeting till 11:15.
Second.
Sounds good.
Roll call vote. Do we need a vote, Daisy?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen?
So I vote yes, but I need to let you know that I have to shut down this public place. They're closing it and I have to leave. So, I wish I could hang around here, but they're closing it.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
Yes.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes.
Motion passes.
So one question, what do we do about the basketball courts? They say they want to shut it down.
Well, our recommendation was to turn one of the basketball courts into 4 pickleball courts. I don't know if I have the presentation back up on there. So leave one court open and then turn one, yes, there you go. Leave one court open for basketball just in case there is individuals that want to use it, still open for it, and then turn that other side of the basketball, that secondary basketball court into the 4 pickleball courts.
So what do we do about league sports and basketball? Because I think they're starting to back up. And we only have one court then.
For our use with the basketball reservations, we don't have reservations for recreational use. As I've been here for the past 2 years, I've never gotten a reservation for these. I'm not sure if they just go out and use them on their own. So I don't have a number of how many groups are actually using them.
No, I believe the youth group's trying to reestablish their basketball youth program.
Oh, okay, I wasn't aware of that.
It's a long process, so. All right. So I'm just wondering if we do a permanent thing on the basketball for pickleball, we're gonna have to switch it back and forth. And then we're gonna get the basketball people in here complaining.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other option was the fitness park where it is currently already located with the dual court for tennis and pickleball. So this would be the secondary option if there's concerns with the basketball youth group.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, comments? All right. No. No. Yeah. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's during your public comment, Brian. I appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I brought this item forward, and I wanted to thank staff for quickly putting it together. I had 2 residents approach me about the pickleball courts. And to clarify, we have a dual-use court over there at the fitness park. It's got a tennis net on it, so it's the wrong height. You can't play pickleball properly on those courts. So technically, we don't have pickleball courts in Grand Terrace that are accessible to the public. We have plenty of basketball courts, though, and we have tennis courts. But I would like to say that following our last council meeting, I heard from at least a dozen people. Some people thought it would be great to do tournaments. But I wanted to credit staff because when I had these 2 conversations before proposing the item, the focus was the fitness park. And I have to say that after reviewing the item and looking at it, I think Veterans Park is a much better location with much better parking and will really facilitate the high use that we'll get on those courts. So thank you for doing that work, because that wasn't something I considered. And it's still a very low cost. And for me, you know, and Pettit Park, that Pettit Park was a non-starter, so especially with the cost associated. So anyhow, long story short is I would like to move the item forward for the Veterans Park option, and that's my motion.
Can the pickleball courts, if they're open at the basketball courts, and you can ask Brian now, but can they be just temporary and then converted back to the basketball? Or is it permanent?
It would have to be permanent.
So what are we gonna do when we get the basketball people in here and saying they want their basketball courts back?
When I coached basketball for Grand Terrace Community Soccer Club for 5 years, we practiced both at Pico and when the high school was built, we practiced at the high school.
And I coached too when we were at Veterans Park. So that's why I wanna know what we could do. So that's my question, that's my concern.
There's 6 courts at the high school.
All right, so you made a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
No, he's not, so we can utilize the voting system. No, it's not needed at the moment.
I would still recommend it,
prefer
just
That's fine then.
to be safe.
Did we have a second on this motion? Sabino? Thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Can you clarify the motion, please?
It is understood that it would be for Veterans Park.
Pettit Park?
Veterans Freedom Park.
Okay,
Pico Park.
all right, I should abstain.
Abstain. Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
Yes.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. So item 16.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Shanita Tillman, Senior Management Analyst. This item is the first reading of an ordinance that formalizes the city's use of existing public works standards, plans, and specifications. The city has historically relied on San Bernardino County standards for infrastructure, but they have not been formally adopted, which limits enforceability. This ordinance formally adopts those standards and also incorporates the City of Ontario's streetlight design standards to address an existing gap. When staff reviewed available standards, street lighting is an area that does not exist within San Bernardino County standards, and Ontario had adequate standards that aligns with what the city currently uses. This action improves consistency, strengthens enforceability, and supports efficient project delivery. Staff is recommending the introduction of the ordinance. And I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions?
Move the item.
Any public comment?
No, sir.
Second.
The title of the ordinance is as follows: an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Grand Terrace adopting by reference the San Bernardino County Public Works Standard Plans and Specifications and adopting by reference the City of Ontario's streetlight standards for use in public improvement design and construction. May we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor,
Yes.
would you like me to continue without Councilmember Wilson here? Yeah,
We
okay.
did enough for a quorum, right?
Yeah, we have enough for a quorum and for a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabino?
Yes.
Mayor Hussey?
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Is that it? Does the council have any comments? I take that as, no? All right. So thank you again. Conrad, do you have any closing statements? You got 3 minutes, buddy. All right, we're going to go and adjourn to the next council meeting. Will be held May 26th at 6 p.m. Any requested items to have a place on a future agenda must be made in writing. And we'll see you at the Blue Mountain Festival. Thank you. God bless.